Is it working? Yes. I can insert one at any point in time, huh? I see victims. Hey, Colin, you are first. Evan and Thumio and Timothy and Manuel. Don't let the aliens get you. Gordy, Dan, and Sweet Bee and Donald. Mr. Stanley, we miss you. Hello, Ian. Good evening. Where are you at, Thumio? It's still morning here. It's 10:50 in the morning. Wow. All the way on the other side of the planet. You know, I've been on the internet since 19 what? 94? 93, 1993. The actual internet about 1993. I was online a little bit before then, but it was, it was bulletin boards and, CompuServe and stuff like that. No, I'm probably scruffy. Yeah, but actually, I probably should take care of that. In fact, while the view count is building, I'm gonna go take care of this real quick. Jump cat. Yeah, I gotta remember, me with partial facial hair looks real scruffy. So I gotta remember to trim that crap. No, not yet. So today we're going to do upgrades. Lots and lots and lots of upgrades for the Ender 2. These are all basically the same upgrades you'd use for any printer. That should be there. Hello, Pagar. Thing number 123409. Let's go check it out. Doing pretty good, Ray Raptor. Well, a whole bunch of things came up. So I assume that you are talking about the Alpha Omega bomb. Yeah, 1232409. Wonder what that's supposed to be. Well, it's not a flying rocket. I could scale it up though. Doing pretty good. I don't use it too much lately, simply because I have a limited number of outlets I can plug printers into. But the last time I used it, it was working fine. From your vacation spa, yeah, don't forget KKP3D is the one who sent me stickers. I figure I'll do the same thing 3D Printing Nerd does. If you guys want stickers, KKP3D was amazingly generous enough to send me stickers. I got a whole bunch of them. So if you guys want stickers, send me a sassy. A sassy is a self-addressed stamped envelope. So that means you take an envelope, you put your name and address, or you put my P.O. box address on it. Or I'm sorry, your address. You stick your address on that envelope. You put a stamp on that envelope. You fold it in half. You stick it in another envelope, and you send it to me. And then I will put a sticker in that envelope and send it back to you. If you guys want to send a cash or check donation when you do that, you can. You don't have to. If you just send a sassy, I will send you a sticker. So how awesome is that? I don't care as long as the postage is on it. Send it. Just ask them. What? Well, matter of fact, do a little envelope. Do like a gift card sized envelope because that'll probably be cheaper postage for you. And you know, because you see, it's not that big. It's what, 3 inches. So it doesn't take. You don't have to use a number 10 envelope. You can send a little mini envelope, and just make sure the postage is on it. Whatever the postage it costs you to send it to me is probably going to be the same postage to go back. And I'll send you guys stickers. And that's thanks to KKP3D, which is freaking awesome, man. I already put one on my phone. I took off my little one and I stuck one on my phone. Yeah, I'd like to get a hold of an Ender 6. Hopefully they'll send me one. That would be fun to play with. Hello, Kentucky. You're only one time zone away, I believe. I'm going to have to set up a world map. And then on that world map, stick a pin in for everybody who makes any kind of a direct contact with me, sends me a letter, sends me a sassy for a sticker. Anytime I make direct contact with a person, stick a pin on a world map. I think that'd be pretty cool. I can have a digital one online. I bet you there's websites available to do that. Set up an online digital map where anybody can, stick their pin, and then have a world map somewhere in here for the people who I've had direct connections with. I think that'd be pretty cool. Got a job with the census. So for the next 6 to 8 weeks, I'll be doing some census work. They even give you an iPhone. You don't get to keep it, of course. You got to give it back. But, because now, and the last time I did the census in 2010, you had these big giant books. And yeah, if you ever went to an election, you had the poll books, the big poll books with your name and signature and all that crap. Well, the census was similar. It's a big giant book. And they had to fill out an actual census paper, and then you'd mark them in your book. So I'd have these big giant log books that I'd use to drive around and get people to send it. Now it's all on the phone. Now you bring up this and you just all on the phone. It's pretty cool. It's eye crap, but it's pretty cool. Nice. You do logging? That's some hard work, dude. Oddly enough, my recommendation for a resin printer is going to be the Sonic Mini. The Sonic Mini is amazing. That black and white screen should basically last forever, and it's so fast. Like, you want to do a short little print like this, you want to do a plate of 30 of them, 15 minutes, you're done. It's so fast because the black and white screen lets significantly more of the ultraviolet light through, which means your burn times, meaning your per layer illumination time, is like 1 to 3 seconds. It's so fast. One of these days when things get stabilized, I really need to build a larger printer. I mean, there's projects I want to do that are just a pain in the ass at less than 500 millimeters cubed, and I don't even have 500 millimeters cubed because my S5 is still out in the crates. But I really need like well, ideally a 1 meter cubed, but I think like 700 millimeters cubed would work. Most of what I want to do would probably fit within 700 millimeters. But yeah, that's I need to work on that. I need a bigger printer. So I want to do the rude gnome, the gnome that stands out in the yard and does that. I want to print him full size. Oh, check this out. First of all, I fixed the printer. It turns out that it was really simple. The brass bushing on here was out of alignment, and it was pushing the z-axis, which was causing my ink. I felt it when. Well, actually, I could tell you. Well, actually, watch my latest video. If you watch my last video, that video came from fixing this, and it turns out that the z-axis was restricting, and that was causing the problems. So my prints went from, that ugly ass print. I mean, that was really bad. Come on, there it goes. It went from that ugly ass print. Look at all those nasty layers. To that beautiful print. And then look at these prints. Look at those layers. That's smooth. That's a top layer. The support came out nice. Then here's the little one. The one I designed for it. And then I printed Batman. He came out really nice. So I did him 0.2 millimeters with infill for the first 5 millimeters. Then the rest I told it to over extrude to 0.6 millimeter extrusion width and did it in vase mode. And then I printed the head separately and just glued it on there. Now this one doesn't look as pretty because I decimated it by putting it into Tinkercad and bringing it back out again. But I made a Bat Marvin. This Marvin's dark as night. And that was printed all as one piece using multiple processes. First 5 millimeters infill plus 0.2 millimeters, then 0.08 millimeter layer height for the vase mode portion, and then standard settings for the Marvin. So you can see this printer will do 0.08 millimeter, no problem. And then the Marvin is the head. That's awesome. Oh, no, I haven't. I didn't know he did an action video. That's awesome. You bet your butt I'll be watching that. So you can see, and that's what silk filament. And silk filament exposes every flaw. It's like you can't hide anything with silk filament. Do it. In Simplified 3D, that's pretty easy. And I believe it's the same thing in Cura. You can use flow rate. So, for example, you can tell it to make your flow rate 150%, but that's not advisable. Um, Darth Marvin? I don't think so. I don't advise using flow rate to compensate for nozzle size because the printer can't accurately calculate where everything is going to be because you're just changing flow rate. So it doesn't, the slicer doesn't realize you're printing a thicker extrusion. So you're going to have more overlap collisions. So in Simplify 3D, and you're going to look for a similar setting in Cura and Prusa Slicer. See how here I have nozzle diameter and I have extrusion width. So my nozzle is a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, and I can tell it to extrude a 0.6 millimeter line, and it will do it. Now, if you go too high, your kinematic, your hot end might not, thermodynamically, you might not be able to handle it. So don't go, you can't tell it to go print a 2 millimeter extrusion without making some serious changes and some serious compromises. But going up 50%, no problem. So I told it to make a 0.6 millimeter extrusion, and that gave me a thicker wall for the vase mode. So the vase is much, much stronger. This is actually really, you can see, oh wow, I just broke it. Yeah, I just broke it. I forgot it's silk. Yeah, don't do that with silk. But yeah, I was surprised how strong that was actually. But yeah, it's silk. Remember, silk has bad layer adhesion, so although to be fair, it handled a lot of squeezing. I squeezed it pretty hard. That's how you make silk prints stronger. You use a thicker nozzle. If you use a thicker nozzle, you increase the surface area of each layer's adhesion. Yeah. But yeah, that's all. You just change your extrusion width to whatever size you want. Yeah, silk likes it hot. Silk likes it very hot, but hot doesn't matter. You're still gonna have poor layer adhesion. What thing is this? Okay, the different Marvins. Oh, a whole another set of Marvins, huh? A Leia Marvin, a Darth Marvin, a Stormtrooper Marvin. We'll give that a download. They all look like they require support, though. Send me some pictures of what you're getting. Why isn't this downloading? Come on. I don't want to hear your crap. Just do what you're supposed to do. There's normally a little countdown. So today we're going to be installing upgrades on the Ender 2. Most of these upgrades, in one form or another, can be done on any printer. There's only a couple of upgrades that are specific to this printer. Actually, the only upgrade that's really specific to this printer is this, because we're going to be adding a cooling fan for parts cooling. And then I also have this version, which uses a 5015 blower fan, but this is going to be heavier and noisier. So the objective of today's upgrades is to add parts cooling and to make this printer silent. I want to be able to put this printer next to my head and go to bed. Now there are compromises, but let's start talking about the upgrades. Okay, so first I printed the new hot end shrouds. So this hot end shroud takes a 40 millimeter fan for the hot end cooling and a 5015 blower for the parts cooling. This is not a very optimized part. It's actually, well, it's light as far as parts go, but compared to this, it's pretty heavy. I could see ways to optimize this quite a bit more. So this is the blower fan. Now there's two reasons you'd want to use a 5015 blower. Well, first, I can get a double ball bearing brushless. So this is a double ball bearing brushless fan, which means it should be pretty darn quiet. but also because this is overkill cooling, it's way more cooling than I need, I can slow the fan down, which will make it quieter. Okay? Now, the way that works is this sits on here like this. Your 40 millimeter fan sits here. This keeps your hot end exposed so you can see it. And here is your duct for your parts cooling. Now, what I would have done, this is not very efficient in my opinion. It goes in here, down here, and then out here. Well, I would have just made a port right here. And I would have turned this fan around 180 degrees like this. And then I would have made this opening here an opening going through here. I would have gone straight through here, out here, into this blower. The reason I would have done that is that now, by doing that, you could use the slowest fan you want. So I'm going to be using the Noise Blocker 40 millimeter 2900 RPM fan. And this blower intake would actually help that airflow through that Noise Blocker fan, which would guarantee you'd have enough hot end cooling while still having more than sufficient parts cooling and making this whole part a whole lot lighter. So I don't know if my editing skills are good enough, but I'm going to attempt to edit this part to make that change for a quiet but higher performance hot end. In the meantime, however, I'm going to be using this because this is my micro-sized hot end. So this uses a 40 millimeter blower fan and a 30 millimeter hot end fan. Seriously, they put this in knots? Like, why? That's annoying. There we go. So the 30 millimeter fans are nice and light. This is another double ball bearing fan. And I might, if this is noisier than I want it to be, I'm going to put a voltage regulator in line with this, and I'm going to slow this fan down to make it quieter. Because I think at full speed that is more cooling. This won't download for some reason. I think they broke their downloader. They finally got the ads to work, but now it doesn't download files. So I don't need that anymore. And then we are using, and these are all 12 volt fans because this is a 12 volt printer. We will be installing the standard Creality style parts cooling. So there's the little diverter. And of course these are all knotted together again. They really need to stop doing that. That's really annoying. To have to unknot these damn things to take them apart. It's like, why? Oh, it's like that. Okay, that's actually not that bad. So there's your 40 millimeter blower, double ball bearing. So that is those two components. Although I just realized we don't have screws, but we do have glue. So we'll work with that. So the way this will work, this will bolt over your hot end. I think it goes this way. So your hot end fan would bolt on there, and your blower fan would bolt on the side like this, and that will be your hot end for the printer. I also got a new power supply. This is a Meanwell LRS 200. It's a 12 volt power supply. It's only 17 amps, not 20 amps. But usually these Chinese power supplies don't actually put out their rated power. So I wouldn't be surprised if these are actually pretty close in power output. This one has no fans. Because one of the big noise outputs from this thing is the power supply fan. This has no fans. So that's a 17 amp, 12 volt power supply with no fans. So that is going to be an upgrade. And then there is a fan inside the box here, a 40-40-10 fan. Be nice, guys. inside the enclosure here that's also pretty noisy. So we'll be replacing that with a noise blocker. Really? Get out of my way. So there's our 40-40-10 2900 RPM noise blocker fan. And if we were to do the 40 millimeter upgrade, we would need another 40 millimeter fan for that, but we're not going to use that. Okay, now to quiet down the steppers, we have ourselves some stepper dampers. We'll be installing those today. And to go along with the stepper dampers, we have heat sinks to help keep the stepper motors cool. You probably don't need them, but it doesn't really cost anything to add them, so you might as well add a little extra cooling. And there are the screws, just in case we need them. Then just because we can, why not? We are going to add LED to the hot end. So these are pre-wired. They already have the resistor pre-wired for 12 volts. Why go silent board? Why pay 50 bucks for a silent board when I can just pay $3 and put these on it and have the exact same effect? I mean, hey, if it's got a silent board, hell yeah. The silent boards are awesome, but I'm not going to buy one for 50 bucks. I mean, that's 25% the cost of the printer. These upgrades are already, 30% the cost of the printer. Into my cardboard pile. Screw you. I didn't tell you to come back. So we'll be adding a little white LED to the hot end. Well, this doesn't need TL smoothers, and TL smoothers and dampers are still cheaper. I can for $5 I can get, I buy them in bulk, of course. I actually have a box full of these things. I have like 40 TL smoothers and probably 100 of these things. But your actual individual parts costs for TL smoothers and dampers is like $5. So 30 bucks, $5. 30 bucks, $5. For me, that's not even a decision. Now, if you have one printer and you want the features that come with a silent board, go for it. 30-40 bucks for an upgrade is well worth the price. I have 140 printers. I'll use these. I have too many printers. I mean, even if I only wanted to upgrade 20 machines, do the math. That's $600 for silent boards and the time it would take to install all those silent boards. Yeah, no thanks. I could do the same thing for $100 in parts. Not even, less than $100, or I'm like 75 bucks. For probably $60 to $75, I can buy enough dampers and smoothers to do 20 printers. So when you have a farm of machines, cost starts to become a big issue. So we'll be installing a white LED so we can see what's going on with the hot end. And here's the hot end upgrades. And these are all listed down below in my Amazon link. And if you click on 3D printer parts and accessories, you'll see almost all of this. So we have some actual Capricorn XS tubing. We have the metal feeder unit. This is basically identical to the plastic one you get, but it's this. Exactly. The upgrades can really beat you down, especially when 9 out of 10 of my printers are going to be sitting out in a freaking container or a shed where I'm not going to hear them. So most of them aren't even going to get upgrades. I very, very rarely do I upgrade printers unless it's a pet project like this, or if it's just like a showcase project, 8-bit board, who cares? I'm sticking an SD card in the printer and going click, print from SD, click, print the file, walk away. I don't need Octoprint. I don't need silent boards. I don't need any of that stuff. I just don't need it. Just, for a project machine, yes. But for all machines, it's just too expensive. Hey, we got a Capricorn sticker with it. Nice. So this comes with, I'll keep the Ziploc bag, Capricorn tubing, the yellow springs, and the replacement pipe fitting, compression fitting, in case you need that. And then in here you have all the parts, including the retention clip, which is nice, to build your hot end, your feeder unit. I like the Capricorn, not so much for the temperature tolerance, although it is more temperature tolerant. I noticed that the end of the tube in the hot end does not burn out as quickly, while the cheap white tube gets crusty pretty fast, even without going to high temperatures. Even just printing at 220, 230, I noticed the cheap white tube that comes with these printers gets crusty pretty fast. It doesn't usually cause a problem for about 1,000, 1,500 hours worth of printing, but it does get crusty, and it does happen faster if you crank it up. I do notice slightly less stringing. That could be psychosomatic. That could be me seeing something that isn't there. All right, and then but I do notice I absolutely can use less retraction, and I attribute that to the hole in the tube being a tighter tolerance. Now that's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, that tighter tolerance means, remember when I was showing you guys last week, trying to push a rope. When you try to push a rope, it wants to bend. Well, the tighter tolerance in this tube means it doesn't bend as much. So you require less retraction. I can lower my retraction 1 or 2 millimeters. So I use 7 millimeters of retraction with this. I could probably get away with 5 after putting Capricorn on it. But that's a double-edged sword, because if you feed some low-quality filament into that, and that filament is a little oversized in diameter, well, now it's going to be too tight a fit to fit through that tube. So you may put it through this tubing that comes with your printer and not have a problem in the world, because that tubing is so sloppy it'll take anything. And then you stick this on there, and all of a sudden your favorite filament doesn't work anymore because it's sloppy filament and you just never knew, but now it's too tight to fit through the tube properly. So it is a double-edged sword. Now, so do I upgrade all of my machines with Capricorn? Yes and no. It's when I need to. I'm not going to simply replace the white tube that comes with the printer just because I want Capricorn. I'm doing it for this because we're doing a special video on this. But usually, I will leave that white tube on there until it fails. And when it fails, then I'll replace it with Capricorn. But I'm not going to, unless we're doing something like this, proactively replace it with Capricorn, because the reality is the white tube works just fine. Okay? I mean, I have no empirical evidence that this is better, besides the fact that I can lower the retraction. Now, that has I have seen problems with that. I have seen pieces of Capricorn where that tube is not centered. So they sometimes have their own quality control issues. But I do think it is a little more slipperier. I do think it's a little tighter, and it definitely does have a higher temperature tolerance. Now, if you're printing at 200, 210 degrees all day, you're never going to notice this difference. You put a 1.2 millimeter nozzle on here and start cranking up 240, 250, 260, you're going to notice a difference. You're going to notice a big difference. Check out JM Digital is talking about his S5, and he kept pushing the Capricorn out of the compression fittings. Check out TH3D Studio, link down below, TH3D Studio, and grab his upgraded compression fittings. Be careful, there's 2 sizes. You have the little one, and then you have the big one. Some printers, it's the little one on the feeder and big one on the hot end. And some printers, it's the big one on both ends. But he has the upgraded all-metal compression fittings that do a much better job of biting into the Capricorn tube. Yes, if you can replace your heat break with titanium, that should, in theory, help. I think for most people, it's not going to make much of a difference, but it's definitely a worthwhile upgrade. Yeah, this stuff's not expensive. But just make sure you get the right heat break. Now, why is titanium good? Well, titanium has a lower coefficient of heat transfer, meaning it sucks at transferring heat. And that's exactly what you want in a heat break. By the way, that's why it also makes a shitty material for a nozzle. I bought a set of titanium nozzles. Yeah, doesn't work. I had my temperature cranked up to like 250. I was cooking off the filament in the nozzle and still getting poor extrusion because the titanium bled heat so badly I wasn't getting enough heat to the tip of the nozzle. Yeah, titanium nozzles, no good. Hey, Bacadragos. You like my Bat Marvin? I went into Tinkercad and I just stuck Marvin's head on top of the Batman print. Actually, your best material for a nozzle is going to be copper. You want a copper nozzle that's nickel plated, because then you don't get the corrosion, the tarnishing that copper has a problem with. But copper, without question, has the best thermal coefficient of all the materials that we use. Now, the tungsten nozzles have a poor thermal transfer. They're tough to use. For larger nozzles, they kind of work. The 0.4 were really hard to get work. Can you love a comment? I don't know if you can love a comment. No, you can't. That was good. STL for the Bat Marvin. I never posted that. Hang on. Where did I get the Batman? I still can't download the War playset. I don't know why. Let me see if I can find the Batman. Oh, wait a minute. The download will have the link back. Batman. README. There it is. 3831139. Paste. Let's get a couple of pictures since they're going to want that. Where's my phone? There it is. There we go. Share my drive. Okay. So let's go to Batman. Oh, I didn't know this was by Magnet. Holy crap. Magnet's the best. I love his stuff. I assume he allows Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial. So yes, I could do a remix. So let's remix it. And then we are going to grab Bat Marvin. And then it should be uploaded to my Google Drive by now. There it is. Let's crop it. Control Y, S. Upload that. See you later, Raptor. Oh, they're restricting the size of the JPEGs now. That's interesting. So image, resize. It's probably actually a smart thing. A lot of times these files are way bigger than they need to be. So let's do 800 tall. Save it. And that brings it down to 68 kilobytes. And more than big enough. There we go. Bat Marvin. Enough said. And publish. Category. What category would this be in? Sculptures, I guess. See you later, Ian. There we go. Now you guys can download Batmarvin. Nice. Milady. So, power supply, blower fan, 30mm fan, internal case fan, blower duct, hot end, stepper dampers and heat sinks, yellow springs, hot end component. We have some heat shrink tubing, soldering iron, some glue. We're not going to use the 5015. We'll use that for a different project. I have to go. The PC one. Oh, you want to update your graphic card? Nice. See you later, Bunny Love. So now, if you guys go to that link I posted, you can grab Batmarvin. Let's see. What's new? I'm really addicted to that Amazon program we shall not name. I gotta watch out. My tax value is pretty high. I'm like over $3,000 already. That's like $300 in taxes I'm gonna owe at the end of the year for all that stuff. But I got lighting up the wazoo. I mean, I got actual LED street lights, like legit street lights. And here's one of them. Like this is a legit freaking light, man. Look at that. And here's the solar panel to charge it. That's more of a floodlight. That's gonna. I'm not supposed to talk about it, but it's an invite only program. You can't apply for it. They will simply offer it to you if they wish. That's going to go in the back over my parking area, right next to my patio. So that's going to light up that whole area. So like near the bus. And I also got some like regular street lights. Like they look like a long street light, really bright. Even at 25% brightness, plenty bright enough. Lights up like a 30 by 30, which would be 900 square foot area. It lights up like 1,000 square feet, no problem, even at 25%. So I'm going to run it at 25% because that'll extend the battery life. Although you can run it at 50% brightness for 5 hours and then it goes down to 25%. I think it has motion sensing too. I'm not sure. Some do, some don't. But these are like legit street lights, like the kind of lights you'd have along the road, but they're solar powered, which is really cool. And so I'm going to be putting them up all over the place. They're also down lights, so they're like this. That's an area light that shines out. But the street lights are like this, the LEDs on the bottom, solar panel on top. And, well, I haven't directly looked at them, so. I have one outside charging up right now. One of them is, where's that one? One of them is this one here. So this is more like a farmhouse light. So there's a clear globe that goes on here. And this thing has the sensor for the remote control. I don't think this one's motion sensing because I don't see a PIR sensor on here anywhere. And this has a bracket and a solar panel sits on top, plugs into here. I took off the I took this apart. This actually uses 32700 cells, so they are replaceable, which is fantastic. It's actually unpluggable. You take these 4 screws out, this comes out, and you can take the battery pack out, which is really important to me because that means it's serviceable. Because these things are not cheap. These are like $130. But that means this is serviceable. So when that battery pack dies, and it will die, yes, we are adding a replacement Meanwell power supply. It's only 17 amps instead of 20, but that means no fan, quieter. We are adding a noise blocker 2900 RPM quiet fan to the brainboard case. We are adding a 40 millimeter blower and 30 millimeter fan, both dual ball bearing, to the hot end, so I can have parts cooling and quiet down the hot end. If the 30 millimeter fan is a little too high pitched, we're going to add a voltage regulator to bring down the voltage and slow it down a little bit. We are also going to add stepper dampers and heat sinks to quiet down the steppers of the printer. And we are going to replace all the springs with the yellow springs. We are going to replace the feeder unit with an all-metal feeder unit. And we're going to add some Capricorn tubing because why not? Comes with the kit. I also have, we're not going to install this today. I may try it later, see if it's worth the penalty. But we also have this, which takes a 40 millimeter fan, so I can use the nice quiet fan that I have. And takes a 50-15 blower fan for the parts cooling. The advantage of a 50-15 is that it's overkill. It's more cooling than I need. But that means I can slow the fan down. And by slowing the fan down, it's quieter. So this is going to be like an area light. I'm probably going to put this on the corner here, that little paver stone patio area I have up front. I'm going to probably put this there to light that area up. I took off the clear housing that was on here, and I'm going to replace it with a farmhouse style cone, because I want to make sure all the light goes down and not up, because I don't want to destroy the dark sky niceness that I have here. No big jobs lately. I did another, usually twice a month, I get the recycle bin audit, a recycle bale audit. It's $3. I drive over to Walmart, take a picture of the recycle bales, count them, and I get $3. I mean, I've made I'm trying to get my brother in Pennsylvania to do this, because I've made $196.75 this year on Field Agent. I mean, hello, it's $200 free in my pocket for doing almost nothing, and half of those I got free crap. You know, I got free detergent. I have 3 years worth of laundry detergent. Cost me nothing. Not only did it cost me nothing, I got paid. All right, literally, I got about a year's worth of fabric softener and about 3 years worth of laundry detergent free. No, I'm sorry, not free. Negative. I got paid. And then I get free food. You know, Burger King. You know, go to Burger King and try out the Impossible breakfast sandwich. Okay, we got free breakfast, and I got paid to do it. Yeah, that's a win-win. But yeah, it's called Field Agent. You just do a search on your app thing for Field Agent. It's the orange icon with the white business tie. So, for example, right now, if you happen to already be in Sam's Club, there's an Energizer lithium battery audit. Basically, you take a picture and describe what you see there. You get $1. If you like Anheuser-Busch Goose IPA, you buy a 15-pack at Walmart, and you will get reimbursed $7 towards the purchase. For usually they give you the full purchase price, but alcohol apparently is a weird legal thing. So flat rate of $7, and you get paid $13. That's all there really is right now. Here's Sahel Snacks Maple Pecan Glazed Mix, 1.5 ounce bag of like trail mix. So you buy that, they reimburse you the cost of buying it, and they pay you $3. I mean, it's little jobs. Now, I actually don't get as many here because I live rural. So a lot of these jobs are in Albuquerque. So I have to decide, is it worth making the trip into Albuquerque? A $3 job? Not worth it. It cost me $3 in electricity to drive into Albuquerque and back. So I would need at least 2 or 3 jobs to make the trip worth it. No, I didn't. Fies Tech, huh? Let's check out Fies Tech. So they have a a clone. Here, let's go to store. I see Tech, but I don't see any printers. Send me post a link or email it to me. Let me delete my morning email. Informed delivery shouldn't show anything. Oh yeah, I did get that. Oh, it says I should have gotten 2. I only got 1. Dang it. Okay. So that's it. That's Field Agent. There is another app as well. I have not done a job yet because they're a bit more involved. I just haven't gotten around to trying one yet. It's called Easy Shift, and they pay a whole lot better. The jobs are more involved, but so is the pay. So, for example, here's one at, let's see, zoom in. Here's one at Family Dollar. It's a water, cat litter, pet food check. A lot of the times, companies will pay these kind of companies to do little jobs, like verify a pop kit was installed properly. You know, companies will sometimes send a pop kit to a retailer, you know, display advertisements and stuff like that, basically a display for their product, and they want to make sure they're actually doing it. And so they'll pay money to send people out to do this. And these companies like Field Agent and Easy Shift, they are the clearinghouse for getting people to do this. So this one's $8 plus 15 cents per display. So if there's 3 displays, you'll get 45 cents for the displays plus the $8. So you can make $8.50, $9 or more just going to a Family Dollar and taking some pictures and leaving some notes and stuff like that. Pretty neat. I mean, it's a neat way to make a little bit of extra cash. Not a lot of money, but you know, hey, I made $200 this year. So in 7 months, I made $200. That's $200 I wouldn't have had otherwise. I'll take it. Yeah, I didn't get my Google AdSense payment this month. And I was worried. I was like, wait a minute, that should have already deposited. Apparently, there's a minimum of 100. So if you don't have $100 owed to you, they don't pay you. It carries over to the next month, and then when you're over 100, then they pay you. I was like, oh crap. I was like, okay, no big deal. Yeah, I guess it's to reduce their costs of sending out the payments. Although ACH payments don't take a lot. I don't know if there's any cost there. The problem is I can't do VR. I only have one eye. This eye doesn't work, so I can't see 3D. I can't even go watch a 3D movie. The way a 3D movie works, simple stereo lithography. So if you want to do a stereolithographic picture, you would take a picture and then you would move just a little bit, just a tiny bit, and you'd take another picture. So your 2 pictures were slightly offset. And then you would show the pictures as a pair of pictures with a divider in the middle. And you would show your left eye one picture and your right eye the other picture. And because the pictures were slightly offset, but close enough that your brain merges them together, your brain interprets the offset as depth. Because that's how your eyes actually see depth. I can still play it, but I don't get the 3D effect, so I'm going to miss a lot. and it gives me, well, the split image VR, I wouldn't get a headache from, but anything else I would. So that's your basic 3D. So I can look at that kind of 3D and I would just see one image. It actually caused me a problem when I got my driver's license. I almost came blows. I almost came to blows with the state trooper because he was too stupid to read the notes on the application for my driver's license that said vision in one eye only. And he was too dumb to realize that the machine they used in Pennsylvania to check your eyes was a split image. it shows you two separate images that your brain puts together into one image. So because I was only seeing one half of the image, some of the boxes were actually blank, because that's the way it is. You basically, you had 3 lines, and then on each line was a set of numbers. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But in reality, the left one said 1, 2, 3 blank 7, 8, 9, and the right side was blank 4, 5, 6 blank. Okay, now your brain would put that together, and you would see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I, on the other hand, only saw half the image. So when he said, read the first line, I said, blank 4, 5, 6 blank. And he's like, what do you mean blank? I was like, well, there's a line with nothing over it. It's blank. And I was like, the middle one is a line with 4, 5, 6 over it. And the third one is a line with nothing over it. And he's like, read it again. And I put my face in the machine and read it again. And he's like, try line 2. Line 2 was blank 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm making this up as I go along to describe to you guys. And he looked at me. He's like, do you know how to read? And I looked at him, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? He stood up. I stood up. The cop next to him stood up, and I looked at him, and I was like, do you got a fucking problem with me, or do you not know how to use your own test? And he leaned forward. He put his hands on his hips, and I leaned forward, and I was like, go ahead. And he's like, well, clearly you can't read because there's no blank lines. And I was like, no, I'm paraphrasing. I didn't actually curse. When I was 16, I didn't use a lot of vulgarity. And I was like, your goddamn test has a blank lines in it. I was like, have you not looked at it? And I took my fist and I punched the machine, not realizing when I punched it, I activated it. There's a bar that your forehead touches. So the machine is dark. And when your forehead touches it, it activates, it pushes the bar in like a switch. Activates it. Hey, SPC3D. And it activates the machine and lights up the inside. It's not a digital screen, it's just a light. It turns on the light so you can see what's inside. And I was like, what do you mean I can't read? And I punched the machine, and he goes for his cuffs, and I was like, go ahead. And I was like, and I stopped. We all stop, and I look over at the machine, and I look at him, and this is one of the few times I cursed when I was a kid. And I was like, you fucking moron! And he turned red in the face, leaned over. My dad heard me in the outside room, because you had to come with a parent or somebody, because you can't drive alone with a permit. And, or to get a permit. And he comes in and says, Chris! And I was like, this fucking idiot doesn't know how to use his own goddamn test. And he's turning red as a beet, the cop, the state trooper. And I was like, do you see the note at the top of the paper that says applicant has vision in one eye only? And I grabbed the machine and I turned it, but the machine's bolted to the table, so the whole, and I'm pissed, so I'm putting a lot of force. The whole goddamn table turns. And I was like, you moron! It's a stereo image. There's 2 pictures. And I was like, what do you think happens when a person with one eye looks through it? They can only see one picture. I was angry because he was demeaning me. He was talking down to me. He's like, maybe you should go back to school. You can't read because I can't see the other image. So he thought I couldn't read what was on the line, even though it's fucking numbers. I mean, it's not exactly hard. Even a person who's illiterate can usually read 1 through 9. You know what I mean? Oh my God, that was... I was so... for me, my schooling was a big thing for me. I took it very seriously. I was one of those weirdos who actually enjoyed going to school. Like snow days sucked because that means there was no school. We're talking about when I got my driver's license. Because I can't see out of one eye, and the eye test was because one of the reason they use that is because there is a condition people can have that would actually be a pretty big problem driving. What would happen is if your brain does not correctly put the two pictures together in your brain. So if I were to show you this and this, it would be two separate pictures. But if I were to show you this and this in a slightly different position with a split in the middle like this, you wouldn't see two stickers. You would see one because your brain would take the two pictures and merge them together into one picture, and the offset would become a bit of information. And that's why VR works. You notice when you're looking in VR, that's true as well. Your image is upside down and your brain does the correction. In VR, you notice if you look inside your VR headset, there's two images, but you don't see two images. Well, that's because your brain recognizes that it's your each eye is seeing the same thing, and so your brain puts those images together into one, and this is called binocular vision. So it's literally biological trigonometry. When you look at something in the in front of you, you're literally doing trigonometry in your head without even realizing. Can I draw on that? No. So you have your two eyeballs looking at an object, and your eyeballs have to form an angle and this known distance. So your eyeballs have to form an angle, so each eyeball turns inward to aim at whatever object you're looking at, okay? And then the distance between your eyeballs. So the distance between your eyeballs is a known value, and the angle your eyeballs tilt to look at an object is a known value. By using angle plus known split distance, you can calculate the distance to an object. Now, your brain doesn't actually calculate, 2.67 meters to that object. That's not how your brain works, but it does a relative interpretation inside your mind, and you learn, okay, I know how far away that is versus how far away this is. And that's how we can hunt, that's how we can catch baseballs, that's how we can throw a spear at an animal, stuff like that. And I think it is parallax, actually. Well, I don't have that because this eye doesn't work. Okay, so if you want to see like I see, put an eye patch on. And that's what I see every day. It doesn't look any different. Now, the only real difference I have is that my field of view, how much I can see. Like here, I can see, if I look straight ahead, I can see this hand out here. Okay, but this hand, I don't see it until it's about here. So this is my field of view. While your field of view is going to be more like, 180 degrees. While my field of view is more like this, because I can't see past my own face. Now, I do have some perception of motion, so I can't see my hand, but I can tell there's something moving there. Yes, the computation is all in the brain. So, some people, however, their brains don't correctly mix the two images from the eye together. There's a distortion there. They don't perfectly mix, and that test is designed to detect that. Oh, it looks weird. Their images are offset or something like that. It's designed to see that, basically, so they know if you're going to have a driving issue. Hey, Troll Genius. And so the difference to me, I have a smaller field of view. So I have to do a shoulder check. Like when I have to look around over here to see a car, I got to do this. Because I got to turn further because I got no vision over here. So I learned to use the mirrors very effectively. But the other problem is I have no depth perception. So I don't have that. Thank you, Kyle. And don't forget down below is a PayPal link. PayPal only takes 3%. YouTube takes 30%. And I also have a coffee link now. So somebody told me to sign up for coffee. KO-FI. So I signed up for that. Without depth perception, I don't have that automatic ability to be able to tell the difference between the distance between two objects. So, in theory, I can't tell that the phone is closer to me than the lighter is. I can't tell when one is closer or further. So I learn depth a different way. I know how big this phone is. So I use size of objects to determine. Like, I know this phone is smaller now, it's larger now, therefore I know that phone is closer. Can you see a problem with that? It only works when you know the size of the object you're dealing with. So the first time I switched from a softball to a baseball, I took the baseball right in the face. Yes, you can. You can buy it from Banggood. I have a link down below. I don't know how exactly that works, but I know it's mostly size. So when I encounter an object for which I don't know the actual size of the object, where I don't have experience with the size of the object, yeah, well, because I was expecting the visual difference of a softball, which is quite a bit bigger than a baseball, I put my hand up too late to catch the baseball. Whack! Oops! Now, of course, things like a baseball, for example, size difference doesn't work as well when you're doing long distance catches because you don't have time. The baseball gets from there to you too quickly for you to go, oh yeah, it's getting bigger and it's about the right size to be at my face right now. No, too late, it's already hit you. So the way I catch a baseball is I put my face in what I suspect is the path of the baseball. And when I think the baseball is getting close, I put the glove in front of my face. That's how I catch a baseball. Because I don't have that depth perception. So I can't tell, oh, it's right there, snatch it. You know, nope, I gotta, okay, it's gonna hit me in the face, glove in front of the face. That's how I catch a baseball. Football, a little easier. The ball goes slower and the ball is bigger. So I have more time to go, you know, where is it? And my first couple days driving were interesting because I couldn't tell how far the traffic light was. So I came up to a street. It was really funny as hell. It drove my dad crazy. So I'm coming down a road, and there's a street here, a street here, a street here, and a street here. And this one, and that one on the end there, that circle, that's a traffic light. Okay? I stopped and tried to turn at every one of these streets before I finally got to this street. Because it was golden hour, so the sun was low on the horizon, and the light was really even, and the streets were close enough that, you know, I would look at the light, I would look at the street, think, okay, come to a stop, make my left. No, what are you doing? And then I'd look up and realize, oh shit, the light's still further down. I'm at the wrong street. I did that 3 times. Actually, I was born blind. When I was born, I had no vision. I of course remember none of this. I was less than a year old. Thank you, RC Voodoo. I got to get my whiteboard out. The whiteboard is a lot easier to deal with than trying to find a scrap of paper. So I was born blind, and after 17 operations, this is all from my dad because I remember none of this, they were able to repair this eye, but they couldn't repair this eye. Apparently, the modern day way of describing what's wrong with this eye, the USB cable never finished forming. So the eye is fine, the brain is fine, but the optic nerve that goes from the eye to the brain didn't finish developing. So it's like, you know, the USB cable got unplugged. And sadly, they can't just plug it back in. We don't have the technology to reconnect that kind of a nervous system yet. I do have some. So, for example, if you shine a light at me, I can tell that a light was turned on. You know, something is lighter than darker, and then I can see I have some peripheral, not much in front. So if I don't see much here, but on the side here, I can okay. I kind of see my hand, but that's only because I know it's my hand and I know what my hand looks like. So the brain creates the data that isn't there. But if someone else were to put their hand here like this, I would not know it was a hand. All I would know is that it's almost like a motion sensor. I can detect something's moving. That's it. It's a weird. I don't know how to describe it. It's a motion sense. Um, it's weird. Who knows? I wish I could see 3D because trust me, I suffered through 3.5 hours of Avatar on the big hemispherical screen at the Franklin Institute. And let me tell you, it was amazing watching Avatar on a screen like that, but it hurt like hell because modern day movies use what's the word? You get sunglasses that are polarized. Modern day movies use a polarized image. So you actually have three pictures on the screen. You have the 2D color movie, and then you have a polarized black and white outline of what's on the movie, and there's two. So you have one for your left eye that's vertically oriented, and one for your right eye that's horizontally. It could be reversed, but there's two different polarized orientations. So your left eye has a lens that filters out the image meant for your right eye, and your right eye has a lens that filters out the image meant for your left eye. So your left eye sees one polarized image, your right eye sees the other polarized image, and then you see the color image with both eyes. Your brain puts that together, ignores the polarized image, and converts it into depth data. Well, the problem is because I only have one eye, I see one of the polarized image. Because I'm not getting the other data filtered out by the other eye, I actually see the polarized image. So the movie looks like a double image to me. Like literally a blurry double image. Well, needless to say, your brain spends the entire movie trying to filter out that double image and focus on it, and you can't. And so you end up with a splitting headache. I can get rid of it if I pop the lens out of the left eye and put it on top of the lens on the right eye. Then I can filter out both polarized images and just see a 2D movie. But the problem is, polarized lenses are like sunglasses, and when you put two of them in front of one eye, it's like going into a movie wearing a really dark pair of sunglasses. So I still get a headache because the movie's too dim. And my eye keeps trying to open up wider and wider and wider to try to see the really dim image. So, yeah, I can't see 3D movies, and trying to gives me a headache. Oddly enough, the old movies with the yellow or the red and green, I could kind of watch them. Filtering out one was usually enough, and my brain would ignore the color data from the other image, and I could kind of watch the movie. But yeah, it's annoying. My first experience with 3D movies was Disney World in I want to say it had to be I think I was like 9 or 10 years old or younger, 7 or 8 years old. So we'd be talking 1983 to 1985 roughly. We went to Disney World, and Michael Jackson's Thriller was in 3D at Disney World, the space themed one with the asteroids and stuff like that. And so I'm sitting there in the movie, and I'm getting really bored because, I mean, I love space theme, so I was kind of excited about this. But at one scene, there's an asteroid sitting on the screen, just sitting there tumbling. And I'm a kid, and it's just sitting there tumbling, and I'm getting really bored. And that's when that movie freaked me Captain EO. That's when that movie freaked me out because I turned to my dad to say, "Hey, is the movie broken?" Because the asteroid's just sitting there. And I turned to my dad and went, because my dad and everybody else in the movie was doing this, reaching up above their heads in the sky. And I'm just like, what's wrong with you? When we get out of the movie, um, I was, I was like, are you guys okay? And he's like, yeah, that was great. And I was like, well, yeah, in the middle of the movie, you guys were being weird. And he stops. He's like, what do you mean? And I was like, well, I thought the movie was broken because the asteroid was just sitting there on the screen tumbling and not doing anything. And I was like, and when I looked over to you to ask you what was wrong with the movie, you guys were really weird, all reaching up into the air. And my dad's eyes are just getting bigger and bigger as I'm telling him this. He's like, you couldn't see the asteroid floating above us in the theater? And I was like, Dad, are you okay? I was like, it's a movie. There was no asteroid above us. And he's like, it's a 3D movie. He's like, you couldn't see that? Apparently, everybody else in the theater, there's an asteroid floating above their heads. So that was when I learned what a 3D movie was and that I could not see them. Whoops. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I thought they were going. I remember I'm 8 or 9 years old here. Okay, I thought my parents and everybody else were going crazy because there was a huge disconnect of reality here. I'm looking up asteroid on a screen and all these crazy people reaching for something up in the sky, and I'm looking up in the theater and there's nothing there. So to me, it looked like the world had just been turned upside down and people were going fucking crazy. So, what are you gonna? Oh, when I went to Will's Eye Hospital to get my eye checkup, I think about 4 floors of the hospital heard me scream, and nobody touched me because the doctor says, "Well, the only thing you can't do is be a brain surgeon or a fighter pilot," and I just screamed. Because at that age of my life, I decided I was going to join the Air Force and fly the SR-71 Blackbird. So, like, literally, the only thing I wanted to do, he just told me I couldn't do. And I finally figured that out, too. I was like, okay, depth perception is only good for about 30 feet because the ability to detect depth is based on how far the separation is between your eyes. So the more your eyes are separated, the more distance you can detect. No, just normal checkup because of my history with eyes. So it was just a normal, every few years I'd go to Will's Eye Hospital and they would do their checkup and stuff because of being born blind and the surgeries and all that crap to fix it. I guess they just wanted to make sure everything's okay. So every few years I'd go back. Yes, I did. I downloaded it. It was freaking awesome. Let's see. I have it here. Hang on.
3.
Let's watch that real quick.
2, 1.
I love watching this stuff. I don't think it's an accident that the Starship prototype hopped over Starhopper. Did anybody else notice that? That's amazing.
Full duration.
That's incredible. That is just mind-blowingly awesome. I would have loved to see it take off, fly over, land, shut off, turn back on, take off again, and fly back over to where it started from. That's what I'm wondering. You guys see that too? The flame up by the top of the engine bell? I'm not sure what that is. They didn't seem to be freaked out, so I guess it's normal. Oh, it's not normal, it's a leak? Oh, really? To go there and back? Because that's going to be the cool part, is shut down, restart, take off again. Because that's one of the things they want to do with Starship. What was that? Yeah, this is afterward. The initial footage is from third parties, so it wasn't as good, but this is the official footage. I especially love the inside, the bottom of the rocket where you can see the actual articulation of the engine bell. That was awesome. I love that. Let's see. Ben Maters. I don't have any thoughts on upgrades right now for the SV01. Flex plate, definitely. But I think it pretty much has most of the upgrades you'd want. I'll have to remind me next week to take a look at the printer, and I'll take a look at it. I have my SV01 in the back there. Pretty good, Gary. Yes, I have the Anycubic Mega Zero. It isn't actually a fantastic printer. I put a hardened 0.5 millimeter nozzle on mine. I also added a heat bed. I got a $20, $25, 20-watt heating pad. Stuck it right to the bottom and just plugs into an AC outlet and just turn it on. More than enough for PLA. The Mega Zero is fantastic. Great machine. There's only one problem with the Mega Zero. Yes, that's Captain Planet right there. Right there. Yes, he's all 3D printed and painted. The Mega Zero does have one flaw. It's not a huge flaw, but it is a flaw. It's either a hardware problem or a firmware problem. The processor's too slow. I actually have to slow my prints down on the Mega Zero because even my normal 60 millimeters per second on some prints is too fast, and there is a buffer overflow of some sort in the firmware or in the hardware being too slow. CPU can't keep up, or non-optimized firmware, something where it runs out of commands buffered to the kinematics, and the kinematics pause. So it'll be printing and be like like it's running out of buffer space for commands. And the problem is every time it does that, you get a zit. Yep, no depth perception. Now I found out, why do they care about depth perception as a fighter pilot? If I'm within 30 feet of another jet, I better already be ejecting. Because you don't want to be 30 feet from another airplane, unless you're the Blue Angels. But it's for interior. No, well, that's could be true, Troll Genius. The problem is I don't have to do that on my other printers. So as far as I'm concerned, that's a problem with the printer. So what you're describing would probably fix the problem, but to me, that's a band-aid. Like, I mean, I'm talking about just printing a Marvin, and that's too much for it. I have to slow down. So this is a magnified problem on the Mega Zero. I'm not trying to go fast. I'm going 50 or 60 millimeters per second. That's not fast, and it still can't keep up. So I don't know if that is a CPU problem or if that's poorly optimized firmware. I'm not sure. The solution is slow down, or I'm guessing the lower the resolution might work as well. But this is already a pretty low resolution file. He is. Isn't that cool? Uh-huh. I took the Batman model and I added Marvin's head to it. Bat Marvin! But either which way, their hardware is inadequate or their firmware is inadequate because I'm not pushing the machine hard. I still use it because it's a fantastic machine. I get fantastic quality prints out of it. I mean, good quality prints. I don't know. If 5Q sends me one, I will. Hey, Master Chief. So let me give you guys that link again. My designs. Come on, come on, come on. Bat Marvin. So here's that Bat Marvin if you want to print that. So the way I printed this, it's a little low resolution because I brought it into Tinkercad to edit it. This is from Mike the Scavenger on YouTube. He does dumpster diving. He's just fun to watch. I like watching him. Him, VidVulture, and Shane Man TV. Those are the three guys I watch. Taco Stacks, he just got boring. I don't watch him. So because I brought it into Tinkercad, the polygons got decimated, so it's not as high resolution as the original, but it works. But this is printed, the first 5 millimeters is printed at 0.2 millimeters with 3 perimeters and 15% infill. Then I switch, at 5 millimeters, I switch to vase mode, and I tell it to print a 0.6 millimeter extrusion, and I print the whole thing in vase mode at 0.08 layer height. Yes, the Ender 2 can do resin resolution layer heights. And then right here below the head, I switch to 1 perimeter with infill for 4 layers. This way it builds up a base that I can then switch to my normal 3-3-3-20 for the Marvin. 3 perimeters, 3 top, 3 bottom, and 3 walls with 20% infill. If you just switch to 3, you're going to get a lot of drooping inside because you're going from 1 to 3. So I go 1 to infill and then to 3 so the infill supports it. And then I print the Marvin normal. And that's how you get Bat Marvin without wasting any plastic. You see it's all hollow in there. Don't squeeze him. I already broke the other one. I was surprised how strong it was with the 0.6 millimeter extrusion, but I forgot this is silk filament and I cracked it. The other one. Everybody tastes like chicken. Everybody. No exceptions. Well, except clowns. Don't eat clowns. I tell you, mean people and politicians taste great, especially when they run. The more they run, the better they taste. Yes, please run. Stupid people taste funny, but they're still edible. Clowns, don't eat clowns. Not unless you want to start cause a paradox or a break in the space-time continuum. You don't eat clowns. So let's get into this. Upgrades for people who are joined now. We're going to replace the power supply with an LRS 200 Meanwell power supply. The advantage of the LRS 200, you lose 2 amps roughly, but no fan. It's passively cooled, which means no noise. Okay, so that is the Meanwell LRS 212. 12 is important because it's 12 volts. Okay. Then we are going to add stepper dampers and heat sinks to quiet the stepper motors. These work very well, just as quiet as a silent driver, but it only costs $3. We are going to add some Capricorn tubing. Why not? We're going to add a metal feeder replacement. We are going to add this is available on Thingiverse. This is a hot end shroud that I made, a minimalist hot end shroud for the Ender 2. I think it'll work on Ender 3 as well. Maybe with a slight modification. It should work on anything pretty much. But that will allow me to use a 30 millimeter fan for the hot end and a 40 millimeter blower for parts cooling. Okay. Now, these are not quiet fans, but they are high quality fans. They're brushless dual ball bearings. Now, stupid people taste funny. Clowns just don't. 2020 is bad enough. Don't eat a clown. And then we are also going to replace the fan inside the brain board, because it's actually pretty noisy in the brain box, with a 40 millimeter ultra quiet fan. That's the slow speed 2900 RPM one. And we are also going to replace the bed springs with the yellow springs. And that's it. I wanted to put Wham Bam on here too, but I can't find my Ender 2 Wham Bam. I have a couple of Ender 2 Wham Bams, but I can't find them. So I got to find my Ender 2 Wham Bam. But we're going to do these upgrades to the printer. So I figure probably the best thing is to start with the fan inside the enclosure, because we also have to run a little bit of wire. I couldn't find any thin wire, but I did find this piece of wire. I forgot to order wire, and all my wire is packed away somewhere. But we're going to run a new wire through, let me switch views here. you guys can see what I'm talking about, we're going to run replacement wire through this skin here so that we can power the parts cooling fan. There is a port on the main board called laser. You plug into that, and that's parts cooling. You control it in G-code and everything. It was intense. Well, when you put these on, okay, the way this works, the stepper motor is bolted to the metal frame, so the metal frame of the printer is acting as a heat sink. It's absorbing heat from the stepper motors. Once you put these things on, however, you are now completely isolating the stepper motor from the frame of the printer. And when you isolate the stepper motor from the frame, it can no longer conduct heat to the frame of the printer. So the stepper motors will absolutely get hotter. Not hot enough to cause a problem. I don't think you need heat sinks, but they were part of the kit, so I might as well use them because they do make the motor cooler. So because I am increasing the heat in the motor by not allowing it to sink heat to the frame, I'm giving it a new place to sink heat to. I figure it'll increase longevity. Why not? We're not going to install this today, but I also have this version someone has available on Thingiverse. So the way this one works is a 40mm ultra quiet fan can go here, and then a 5015 blower fan. What did I do with that? It's not in the box, which means I have it out somewhere. There it is. And a 5015 blower fan would sit here like that. And that would be your higher performance hot end if you wanted. But I'm going to go with the ultralight hot end. And if the 30mm fan proves to be too noisy, if I can find them, I think I know where they're at, we're going to put a voltage regulator in line with the fan and quiet it down a little bit. Okay. We are unplugged, so I don't have to worry about getting zapped. Oh, by the way, if this is something you guys haven't done, do it. There's something called Google Opinion Rewards. And I believe it looks like a trophy icon. And basically, it asks you questions. Like today, it's asking me, which of the following places have you visited recently? And I have not visited any of those places, so I pick none of the above. Next. And it gives me 14 cents. Now, sadly, you can't extract that money. That money is only part of your Google account. So I have $29 sitting in my Google account. But you can use that to buy apps on Google Play. I'm trying to figure. I wish it was free money. I'm actually thinking about I'm thinking about getting an iPhone. I have one. I used it in the car for a specific app. I'm thinking about logging into this on my on an iPhone because, from what I understand, if you're using an iPhone, they'll let you get the money out as PayPal because obviously you can't use Google Play. But if you're using an Android phone, it's not money. It's credit in Google Play. The problem is I don't buy apps. Very rarely. Now, if I could figure out a way to give this to my sister, I'd be okay with that because she does those little in-app game purchase things. You know, I got her into this specifically so she wouldn't have to spend money on that kind of stuff. She just lets it build up and then she uses it to help her out with the games and stuff like that. But I may try to use this on an iPhone and see if it lets me withdraw the money. Now, it does expire once a year. So the money's good for 1 year from when you get it. So you can see here I got 12 cents that will expire on November 16th. So you do have to use it, but hey, you know, it's free money. And sometimes they'll ask you, hey, did you go to this grocery store? And I'll say yes. And I'll say, do you have a receipt? Do you mind sending us a picture of the receipt? Like, sure, no problem. I take a picture of the receipt and I'll get like 40 cents, 50 cents. So pretty cool. And that program has... Is it just called Rewards or is it called Google Rewards? It's just called Rewards. So it's that blue icon with a trophy. Oops, I didn't want to do that. I touched the screen. So it's that blue icon with a trophy and a star. It's called rewards. Just do a search for Google rewards. It's free money for Google Play, so why not? I'm all about the free money. So that's why you use the heat sinks and the dampers. Now, some printers, like an Ender 3, some of these pulleys are pressed on. You can still use it on those. You just have to know how to do it. But these are, because you're going to have to move this, because this whole entire motor is going to shift 6 millimeters this way, which means I need to shift this pulley 6 millimeters this way to keep the belt aligned. Oh, no doubt, it'll probably work fine without the heatsink. I'm pretty sure it'll work fine without the heatsink. The motor will get hotter, but it's still within the operating temperature range of the motor. I just figure, why not? I've got them, so might as well install them. Yes, the shaft is long enough. You only have to move it 6 millimeters. So you don't have to move it that far. True, it is a trade, but for me, it's effectively free because that information has no intrinsic value to me, meaning I can't monetize that information any other way. So I'm getting money I otherwise wouldn't get. But you are right. You are technically paying for it with the exchange of your information. I'm just okay with doing that. Better than I'm getting it from me for free anyway. At least I'm getting something for it. Remember, if you're not paying for it, you are the product. No, they do not. You reuse the existing screws. Nice thing is this set comes with screws, but you can reuse the existing screws. I'll explain how that works in a moment. And we will pop that belt out. So here's our stepper motor. Now, if you have a pressed-on shaft, this is going to be handled a little bit differently. So the way you would handle this with a pressed-on shaft is you'd have to stick something inside here. So I would usually use these, actually. Okay. So let me move this first. So I'm pretty sure it is 6 millimeters I gotta move it. No, it can't be 6. Oh, maybe it is 6. How big is this thing? So this thing is 6 millimeters on the dot. So 6 millimeters should be right about there. Make sure your set screw is on the flat. And when you move it out 6 millimeters, you'll fine tune it later. Now, if this is a pressed on pulley, what you do is you take something like this and you stick it in here like that. Okay? You need to put this on top of something like a piece of wood or something with a hole in the middle. Okay? Because you want to make sure that can move properly. And how do I remember doing this? Yeah, so you would set it up like, well, this down version you don't need to, But what you would then do is you would put your pliers in here like this. You would use something like a punch on the actual shaft here, and then you would take a hammer and you would tap it. Now, because you have a pinch inside here preventing the pulley from moving down, the shaft will move down. And you move the shaft down as much as you can. Now, that's not quite enough. So what you also have to do is you have to flip this over this way. You have to put this on top of something with a hole in it like this, so that this shaft does not touch the table. Okay? And then you take your punch, something that you can use as a punch, and you put it on the end of the shaft like that, while this is sitting on top of something like this. Okay? And you put your punch on the shaft inside there, and you tap it with the hammer. Tap, 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 tap. And that shaft is going to begin moving through the motor. This is normal. This is how they're assembled. You're not going to hurt nothing. All right? You put the punch on there, and you start tap, 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 tap. And you want to move that shaft until the shaft is depressed about 1 or 2 millimeters into the bearing that it's sitting in. That, combined with moving this to its limit, will give you the 6 millimeters you need to be able to install the damper. You don't want to, because one of the problems with the silent steppers is they are less torque, and you need the torque for the Z-axis and the extruder, and those just aren't noisy. Now, the only time those might be noisy is if you're using a BMG, because you're going to be moving at 3 times the speed because of the 3-to-1 ratio. But otherwise, your extruder and your Z-axis never move fast enough to need it, so you're better off staying with the 4988s for the Z and the extruder. You just want to use the 2208s for the X and Y. So, the way this works is we take this, and it bolts onto here like this. Okay? And then this only with 2 screws. And then the other 2 screws will bolt this motor back onto the printer like that. So now it's attached with the stepper damper in between the stepper motor and the frame. You are now isolating the stepper motor from the frame. The reason you hear the stepper motor going is because the stepper motor is resonating, and it's resonating into the frame of your printer, and your printer's frame is acting like a speaker, and you're hearing that resonant noise coming from the stepper motor. This separates the two. Even with a lot of Z-stepping, that shouldn't be an issue. Now, you can use 2208s for extruder and Z, but you need to put them in high torque mode. I don't know how to do that, but I do believe those steppers have a high torque mode. You need to make sure you're using that. So I'm going to put this on this way. So I'm using this hole and this hole. Well, again, this eliminates that. Because you're literally isolating the steppers from the rest of the machine. My sister's howling there in her room. She's laughing at something on YouTube. So why are there only 2 on each part? Because you can't do 4. So for example, if I had this one all 4, I couldn't get to these screw holes because they're underneath these tabs. And I can't screw all these tabs into the frame because these would get in the way. So that's why there's 2 and 2. Technically, this does mean this could move a little more. I've never noticed a quality difference. It's not enough. Nice. I don't know. I don't know if there's a difference between a 24-volt stepper and a 12-volt stepper. I've never seen them listed as 12 or 24 volt. It might not matter. Or the steppers might run off whatever your brain board runs off of. So if your brain board can accept 24 volt, the steppers can do it. I honestly don't know. Oh, your Meanwell. There are two types of fans in Meanwell power supplies. One is a 40-20. That is this size fan that's twice as thick. Okay, you'll know you have that kind of fan because the fan will insert into the end of the case. So there'll be a fan right here in the end of your Meanwell case. It'll look like a 40 millimeter fan, but it'll be twice as thick. So it'll be a 40 millimeter fan that's thick like that. And it'll insert right here. It slides right into the end of the case. That's called a 40-40-20. You can get a quiet version of that fan. Now, if you have a Meanwell fan where the fan is like this, in the case like that, you've got to open up the case and replace that fan. It is a 12-volt fan. Even on a 24-volt Meanwell power supply, it's a 12-volt fan. And this is the fan you need to buy. Where is it? I just had it. Here we go. It's linked down below in my Amazon page. It's from Maker Girl USA. And this is a 60-60-10. It needs to be a 60-60-10 because otherwise it's going to hit components inside the case. So you're either going to use a 40-40-20, which is going to look like this. So it's going to be a 40 millimeter fan that's twice as thick. Or if it's inside the case like this, it's a 60-60-10, and this is the fan you want. You'll never hear it again. Because the Meanwells are great power supplies, but their fans suck. I've never heard a Meanwell fan that wasn't noisy. So now we've bolted the. So the way the stepper damper works is it's literally this metal piece and this metal piece, and then it's overmolded with rubber. So there's actually rubber in between the two pieces of metal. Those two pieces of metal don't touch. They're connected by the rubber boot. Very thick. And that gives you isolation between the frame mount and the stepper motor, which is where all your noise comes from. Okay, if they sell 24 volt and 12 volt, then it might matter. That is, I don't know, and I don't want to give you bad information. So I am not sure on that. Okay. Let's get this back in. Did I line it up right? And I nailed it perfectly. So exactly 6 millimeters, and we are golden. And as you can see, I am reusing the existing screws. Thank you, JM Digital. I don't want to tell you to go ahead and do it and then you fry something. So I want to make sure of that first. Try not to do that. That would suck. Exactly. As far as I know, you just need to be careful with fans, heat bed, heater cartridge, and your brain board. I'm not sure. Maybe your Robin Nano has the ability to convert 24 to 12, or maybe you have to use the 12 or 24 volt port depending on whether you connect a 12 or 24 volt power supply. I honestly don't know. There we go. Double check, make sure this is nice and tight. Yeah, but I'd rather just replace the fan with a higher quality fan because those fans are eventually going to get noisy anyway. It sounds like what you're doing is slowing the fan down. You put a resistor in line with the fan. I wonder why that belt's loose now. Huh. The belt is a little looser now, looser than I want it to be. Which means we need to adjust this. Yes, it will. Most of these have way more cooling than they actually need. They have overkill in the cooling department. So most of them work just fine. There we go. Tighten up the belt a little bit. That feels good and healthy now. Like, for example, on most of my Creality printers, I'm going to replace the hot end fan with this fan. Now, this fan is quiet, mostly because it's going slower. It's only going 2,900 RPM. Now, on a stock machine, that's probably fine. You put an all-metal hot end on there, that might not be enough cooling. So be aware of that. One of the primary ways these fans are quieter is they spin slower. And if you are already almost at thermal saturation, well, now you're going to overheat. And what happens when you overheat the hot end? You get heat creep. And you start getting clogs and jams. Like, I think these fans are a little bit faster than the Noctua fans. And I think that's why some people have problems with Noctua, but not these. Because they blow a little bit faster, so you get a little more CFM. So just be aware that could be an issue. So that's done. Now we need to do the other end. Yes, the Creality Silent 1.1.5 board is a 24 volt board. Save material. The reason I make these prints with no bottom layers and infill, the infill is for strength so that this doesn't collapse because it's hollow. Okay, so I want there to be some kind of integrity in the bottom. But bottom layers would have added like 30 minutes to the print time and material that I didn't need to use. So that saves material and it saves time. Yeah, especially with big prints, those bottom layers. I mean, I've had prints where the bottom layers, the bottom 3 layers, took like 2 hours. So by getting rid of the bottom layers, I literally knocked 2 hours off the print time. Okay, push that aside and out of the way. And then we're going to grab these. Not really. It doesn't really affect bed adhesion as much as you think, especially because you have the infill. Now, if you have piss poor bed leveling and you're compensating for that with the bottom layers, then maybe. But otherwise, nah, it doesn't really affect bed adhesion. It might even help. Less warping. Since it's spread out in a matrix instead of one big solid sheet of plastic. Okay. Now, I know this stepper motor, this port here is bad. So I do not want to use that port. Remember when we built this? they just tossed the fourth one of these in the box because this one, the threads are bad. Actually, what the hell? That went in. Did I do the wrong one? Oh, maybe the stud itself was bad. Huh. They all work fine now. You guys remember when we were doing this and I couldn't get it to go in that hole? It did resist a little bit, so maybe I got the burr out. Well, they all work now. Okay. We got to move this 6 millimeters. Just notice it's got a little gap there, so keep that gap the same. Make sure when you retighten this that you make sure the one grub screw is still on the flat. So now, take the ruler, move it 6 millimeters. Did I get the flat? Yes, I did. Well, it'll work. You just have to replace the heater cartridge in the hot end with a 24-volt heater cartridge. And then you have to add a heat bed that's 24 volts. You can also buy a 300-watt 24 to 12-volt converter so that you can take your 24-volt output, drop it down to 12 volts, and feed it to your heater. That's only like $20 on Amazon, if that. Okay, this one you will need screws because this uses these studs to hold the frame on. And we'll only be using 2 of the studs when we're done, but that's fine. Core XY printers, I would call them more different than better. In theory, done correctly, they have advantages. In practice, it's just different. Now, the one thing I do like about the Core XY is that the... Oh, yeah, I guess it would help if I actually put the stepper damper on, huh? Is that, these are directional, by the way. That hole is larger, and you need that to sit over top of this part coming out of your stepper motor there. Well, the advantage is with the Core XY, it's the same as the flipped YZ on the Ender 5. The bed moves up and down, which means your XY moving mass is consistent. It doesn't change. With a printer like this, the more I print on the bed, the heavier this bed gets, because this bed weighs X amount of grams. Well, now it weighs X amount of grams plus the mass of this. Now, on a print like this, it's irrelevant. This is, what, 30 grams? 20 grams? But when you're printing a 500 by 500 bed, and you're printing 4 kilograms of plastic in one print, that's a big difference. With a regular printer, you're slinging 4 extra kilograms of mass by the time you get to the end of the print. So your print quality is going to get worse and worse and worse as you get higher and higher, unless you preemptively slow down your jerk and acceleration as you do it. But by having the bed move up and down, your kinematic mass, your X and Y motion, that mass never change. Well, either way, by either moving the bed down or by moving the whole kinematics up, your kinematic mass stays the same. So once you've tuned your profile to get good quality prints with your kinematic mass, you don't have to adjust it based on your print mass, which is nice. But that's only really a factor when you're printing really big prints. So now we stick the stepper motor back in place, and we are lined up correctly, so I did it right. I didn't screw up, yay! And you put these studs back in. Now the reason we use the studs and not the screws is because we need the studs to hold the... why isn't that going in? Oh, I'm not lined up. There we go. We need the studs to hold this plate for our end stop switch. So that's why it's important to use the studs. Two things you can do with a warped plastic or bed. First of all, which printer are you using? CRX. I think the CRX uses the built-in clips, so that won't be the issue. But what you can do is take your glass bed off, and then take a 1 or 2 pieces of masking tape and put a little bit of masking tape in the center on the metal plate. Then put the glass back on again. That will push up the center of your glass plate a little bit, and that might get you close enough to be level. Oh wow, that's kind of crazy. I mean, that's stupid as far as print quality, but I would play with that just because it'd be fun to watch. So those are nice and tight. We are now dampened. And now we will use the screws that we used before to put them back on. Yeah, well, the CRX has a the silicon dioxide print surface, so you might want to keep that. Yes or no, depends on up to you. But just put a little piece of tape in the middle, put the bed back on. 1 or 2 pieces will be enough. Glass is actually flexible. It might not look it, but it will give a little bit. All right, we now have stepper dampers installed, which means the steppers will no longer make noise. These have 3M adhesive on the back. You literally just peel it and stick it. Fragger frags a lot. That's nice. And now you do need to make sure there's no collisions. I don't think there's any collision risk on this printer. So there is nothing down here for it to collide with. And oh, we do have a collision here though. I had not considered that. The bed plug collides. I'm going to have to lift that up. I should be able to bend that. We're going to have to lift the bed up a little higher to help the bed clear that stepper motor. But we can adjust the ZN stop to deal with that. I had not considered that. I'm going to move this heatsink down a little bit lower to make sure. And I'm going to turn it a little bit, rotate a little bit, to make sure it does not collide with anything. Okay. Well, when you're modding something, you got to check for that kind of stuff. No big deal. Okay. So, we should have enough play in the end stop to move it. If you don't, on the Ender 2, You see it right there? You got 3 bolts. These 2 bolts are hammer nuts into the frame. This bolt actually goes into the end of the rail. Just leave that bolt out if you need more play. Cable management's not bad on this. That might actually be enough. So that might be enough to clear the stepper. Yep. Should have paid attention to that. Oh, UPS is here. Hang on, I gotta scare the UPS guy.
You leaving?
I was wondering why you showed up this
What was it?
The basting brushes I ordered. This is what he tried to deliver yesterday, but for some reason, they never put it on his truck, so he was sitting out there trying to find it. I like stalking my UPS guy. These are basting brushes, but I wanted these because 2 of them are orange, and I really like orange.
What's going on about your fencing stuff?
Nothing yet.
Did you ever get one more order?
What's that, Michelle?
Did you ever get one more order?
Not yet. Tonight.
Did you add Taffy Queen on there?
I don't know if I can or not. No, basting brushes.
No.
So I got the set of basting brushes from Amazon.
Yeah.
but I really wanted this set because it had an orange one. So, as you all know, I have a thing for orange. So now I have a nice, solid orange one. And some green ones. I'll give these to my sister because she loves green. So I'll let her have the green ones. And I'll keep the orange ones. So, nice! I got tired of the wooden ones where the damn head always... Whoop. Yeah, just make a mess, Chris. I got tired of the wooden ones where the head always comes off. These are, there's a steel piece inside, and it's all solid silicone, so they can't come apart. Okay, so continue to disassemble. No disassemble! Don't disassemble, number 5! Oh crap, I forgot. This is going to be a little harder to do. I have to take all 3 out because the bed skin is going to prevent me from sliding the screws out. Not a big deal, it just means I have to undo all 3. I was hoping to only undo 1 or 2, I mean, since I already have 1 yellow spring on here. This third one's always a pain to get because it's hiding in the gap under the bed here. I love Johnny. I'm hoping there's a. I want to see. I want to check right now. Short circuit. It is available, and I'm not paying $182 for it. What the fuck? Wow. Yeah, that's not happening. Jesus. I wanted the short circuit steelbook, but I'm not paying $180 for a steelbook. That's insane. Wow. Well, if any of you guys ever find the short circuit steelbook, Blu-ray or DVD, I don't care. But if anybody ever finds a steelbook of short circuit, I prefer Blu-ray, but if anybody finds a short circuit steelbook for a reasonable price, let me know. But yeah, I'm not paying 182 goddamn dollars for it over my dead body. Jesus. I know. It looks fantastic. God, I would love to make a full-size Johnny 5. I love those movies. I almost bought one of those vans from the movie. Oh wow, these are longer. I think I want to use the shorter ones. I do have shorter ones. Seriously? Bottle fell down, so I can't slide the box back in place. There it goes. Okay. Yeah, I'd rather use the shorter ones. Because this doesn't really need really long ones. Long ones would probably work fine. It'd just be harder to put together. I do want to see about printable knobs for this. You can't use big knobs like the CR10, but there is room for slightly bigger knobs. And the only one that really needs it is this one here. Because this one is so hard to reach. A steelbook is a special edition of a movie where the box is metal. So there's a plastic insert, and there's your movie. It's your Blu-ray and your DVD. And the case itself is steel. It's metal. So it's a limited edition, nice metal case. That's a steelbook. Since I download all my movies, I don't typically buy a movie unless I really want it and I can get it in steelbook. So that's Howl's Moving Castle. That's Ponyo. You know, steelbook. Versus your normal movie. Versus your normal movie that's just a plastic case. You know, here's another one. This is Zombieland. So it's a steelbook. Yeah, it's a limited edition version. Okay, we now have yellow springs, so my bed level will be much more stable. Okay, next up, let's do the power supply since it's already unplugged and I'm ready to do it. I don't know if this enclosure will fit. Oh, you got a surprise for you on your laptop. That's going to be the small wrench. I don't know if this little housing is going to fit. Blu-ray, yes, but I want the steelbook. I can get the Blu-ray here for $18, but I don't just want the Blu-ray. I want the steelbook. Let's see what it is on eBay. Probably a lot. Actually, that's not bad. $50. The only problem is they're region locked. I don't like region locking. I wonder, is the Zavi one region locked? Region free. Okay. I'll take that. $50 is worth it. Yeah, the UK one is region 2, because that's what UK is. But the Zavi release is region free. I love that movie. That's a regular DVD. Short Circuit. Johnny Five. Great movie. Really? I just dropped the damn wrench. No, I gotta find it. There it is, I found it. Just gotta bring it over to me and then use the pliers to grab it. Got it. Well, or I can just go to Yiffy and get it for nothing. But no, I actually owning the disc. Okay. So, okay, this is backwards. So these are going to go over here, and these are going to go over here. Let's get these all loosened up. You see what was on your laptop?
Yep.
Yeah, that came in today. And then I need voltage and voltage. Okay. LRS 212. It's a slightly lower power supply, but it does not require a cooling fan. So it will be silent. And I like silent. Ooh, hear that thunder?
What?
We're going to get some thunder today.
Chris,
Yeah.
what's this?
What's what? I don't know. Oh, that's my tire plug for the when I get a hole in the tire.
Okay. I'm just trying to clean up the table a little bit. And I'm like, what the heck? You know what I mean? This is nice.
These need to be flipped like that. There we go. Not by design, it's not mountable, but I do plan to print a bottom for it so I can put the power supply on the bottom. For now, I'm just hoping one of these holes lines up so I can still use this little shroud, but it looks like it's too narrow. It's not made for it, but it looks like that one will line up. Yeah. That looks like a different size screw. That is a different size screw. That must be an M3, and that looks like an M4 and M5. Do I have any other screws? This one here? No, that's too small as well. So probably an M5. So I'll have to print. I'll probably have to print out a shroud for this. But for now, it's good enough. Just make sure we don't touch it. But yeah, I'd eventually like to have a box around this, and then the printer sit on top of it like that. So that there is our power supply swapped out. All right, we actually have to turn it on so I can heat it up and take apart the hot end. No noise. But also no power. Did I do something wrong? Voltage positive, voltage negative, ground, neutral, live. That's all correct. Ah, 220, 110 switch. There we go. Now it's 115. And now I got a green light. There it goes.
My Slingo mystery. I I got a bonus game on it.
Cool.
Slingo Mystery and Slingo Supreme.
And now we don't touch the in the back either.
I like that game.
Although I haven't leveled the bed. All I need to do right now is to heat up the nozzle. So now I got an extra power supply. No, doing that in Europe does not equal boom. That's why they set it for 230. By setting it for 230, if you're in Europe, you're fine. If you're in the US, nothing happens. Now, if they set it default to 110, now it goes boom in Europe. But that's why the power supplies come default to 230. You're safe no matter what. Ooh, that almost squirt. See, if you plug a 220 into a 110, for the most part, nothing happens. It's when you plug a 110 into a 220, that's when things get interesting. The Beirut explosion, yeah. I saw little bits of it. Boy, is this going to be long enough? Yeah. So I got to go from here, 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 and here. Is that enough? Ooh, that might not be enough. It's going to be close, that's for sure. It's going to be real close. We are adding a parts cooling fan. We're changing the hot end fan. And of course, to do that, we're swapping out the holder that holds everything on there. And of course, Capricorn tubing. This wire is too thick for this function, but that's all I got. Oh yeah, that'll magic smoke you. Rain is a weird thing here. We don't get a lot of rain, but July, August is monsoon, so that's when we do get rain, and it's almost always thunderstorms. Almost always. And usually it's hard. I'm talking like cats and dogs, torrential downpour, like boom, and it's just drowning everything. But here's the weird part: 20 minutes, it's gone. It's like super fast. It blows through and it's gone.
It's loud against my window.
The Capricorn tube, in theory, has more lubrosity, so it's slipperier. In theory, hey Luke, it has better tolerances, so the hole inside the tube is a tighter tolerance. Yeah, I guess I should have the headphone warning. Yeah, I guess that would be pretty loud on the headphones. And in theory, and I've actually somewhat confirmed this, it does appear to be more temperature tolerant. So it'll take more heat, in theory. All right, we are heated up. Extrude some plastic. Extrude some plastic. And let's do a cold pull. let's really clean it out. So if you guys don't know how to do that, heat your hot end up, push some plastic through. Then tell your hot end to cool down lower than 170. What you do is you start pushing plastic, pushing plastic, pushing plastic, and when it starts to get really hard to push the plastic, stop and reverse. And that will usually give you a pretty clean pull out of the hot end. Not always, but usually that'll give you a pretty clean yank out of your hot end. Okay. Let's start off by replacing the feeder. Can I pull the tube? Nope, I cannot pull the tube. I didn't think that was going to work. That like almost never works. Where's that wrench at? Now, also notice, I don't need this much tube, so I'm going to use a little bit less tube, because less tube is better. You just don't want to create a sharp angle, so don't go too little. You don't want to use a short enough tube that not really. When you play it at 2x speed, you're catching up with the lag time. You're basically eating up the lag and you're catching up to real time. So, for example, here's the end of the PTFE tube. You can see this is perfect, nothing wrong with it. You'll see this eventually start to get cooked. It'll start getting crispy. It'll start turning black. And that's an indication that, hey, that did clean out pretty good. That's an indication that it's starting to cook off the tube. Now, you can't get your tube out, so how do you get the tube out? You push it further in. And as you're pushing it further in, you depress this, rotate, and pull back. And that'll slide right off. This side usually doesn't have that problem. It usually comes out no problem. Let's get rid of the zip tie on here. Okay, so here's our tube. This end goes in here. How much do we need? That does not give me a sharp angle and goes all the way out. Does it go this way? Yes. So we're going to knock off that much tube on here. We just don't need that much tube. I leave a tiny bit extra so I can snip the end of the tube if I have to. Now, you should use a cutter to cut this, but I don't have a cutter handy, so I'm just going to do it the manual way. And I will open that tube back up again. I'm here. There we go. There we go. Now, it's very important to make sure the end of this tube is flat. Because if the end of this tube isn't flat, this is also a good time to install Luke Hatfield's hot end fix if you want to do that. This would be the perfect time to do that. There we go. Nice and flat. I know, but the issue is not a cutting guide. The issue is the blade. This crushes it. Yeah, vicious and short. The issue is it crushes it. Now this end, I actually like to flare it a little bit. It reduces the problems you have with the filament going through here into here. That could be a pain in the butt sometimes. So giving it a little tiny bit of flare helps with that. Just make sure the end going into your hot end is nice, flat, and perpendicular. Exactly. You roll. You take a straight edge razor blade, you make sure it's vertical, and you just roll it back and forth. You rock it back and forth like a saw, and it goes right through it without crushing it or anything like that. And if your blade is sharp enough, you can just push straight through. It's not going to crush. But if in doubt, just rock it back and forth a little bit, and that blade will work right through it like a hot knife through butter. These obviously just crush it. I'm just too lazy to get up and find a razor blade. So that is going to go back on there. Flat enough that you can visually look at it and you can't tell it's not flat. If it looks flat to your eye, it's probably flat enough. Actually, flat is not really important. If it's slightly not flat, it's really not going to matter. What matters is that the end of the tube is perpendicular versus the end of the tube being at an angle. That's what really matters. This, really, really bad. This is what you want. Yeah, I know. I have one. I have several of them. I don't feel like looking for it. Lazy. So now I take, if you're not going to put Luke's modification on there, I finger tighten the compression fitting all the way, and then I back it off 2 full turns. And I do the same thing with the nozzle. I back the nozzle off a little bit, but first I'll go in here, I'll punch out, make sure it's all clear. And then after I have the tube in and locked, then I tighten them both up to force them together. And then you give that nozzle a last little snug after you heat it up. Do that, you'll be fine. Okay, let me unplug this again so that we don't have power while we're messing with this. So tube is out. And you can see I got like 4 tubes I can make out of this for an ender too, because it doesn't take a whole lot. Where'd it go? I bet you I dropped it. Where'd the tube go? Are you kidding me? There it is. Right in front of my face, man. If that was a rattlesnake, I'd be dead. Holy crap. Let's put that up there. Bad snake. All right, let's take care of the feeder unit since we're here. Probably the same wrench. Yeah, bigger wrench for that one. Okay. Make sure I don't lose any of those parts. Now I'm actually going to keep this feeder unit just because the Ender 2 feeder unit is actually superior to the modern feeder units. And it's worth hanging on to. Who said that? My plan was always to build the Ender 2 one week and then put a bunch of upgrades on it next week, since everybody's been asking me for upgrade videos.
Chris?
Most of my Ender 2s are unmodified because, well, they don't really need it. Yeah, Michelle. Yeah, Michelle.
How do I watch a DVD on my laptop?
You don't. Not yet. Well, actually, Media Player might do DVDs. Try installing it and see what happens.
I just tried to put it in and it took me to the result to DVD.
I'll have to look at it when I'm done the stream. Alright, so I put all the parts in there because that is a good unit. See, on the new unit, this arm is what breaks on the feeder unit. It's the only problem with the feeder unit. And the Ender 2 one is beefier. It's thicker and stouter. It never breaks. So I will be keeping that because that's a perfectly good feeder. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Media Player will work, but I can't walk you through that while I'm doing this. That would not work well. Oh, that's why. Because there's a piece in there. I keep all my Ziploc bags. I actually have a Ziploc bag that I fill with Ziploc bags. Ziploc Inception. Yes, it will do that eventually. It'll even do that to the aluminum one. Yes, PLA will grind a slot into even the aluminum feeder unit. So, there are two solutions to that. Eryone actually did it perfectly, of all people. So Eryone, you guys remember a few weeks ago I did the Eryone Thinker S? Well, the solution is, so here's your input. The solution is to drill that input out so that it'll take a piece of PTFE tube. That's it. Your problem is solved. All you need is a little piece of PTFE tube that big, and you just stick a piece of PTFE tube in there. Drill the hole out, stick a piece of PTFE in there. Or thread it out and put one of these in there. Where is it? Thread it out so it'll accept one of these. And just thread that bad boy in there, if you have the tools to do that. But the easiest is just drill out the hole so it takes a piece of PTFE. That's it. It's done. Because now the PTFE tube is slippery and will handle the filament coming in, and so it won't act like a saw. And if it does cut the PTFE tube, you just cut a new one and stick it in there. Easy peasy, yummy squeezy. Yeah, the Ender 2 lever arm, I keep doing that. The Ender 2 lever arm is much, much thicker than the current ones. It actually holds up, no problem. Yeah, if you watch my live stream on the Eryone Thinker S, that's exactly what they do. And you don't need to use Capricorn either. Just take the tube you replace it with. This is 10 pieces right there. So you just take one of these. Actually, I do have a knife. I just realized I have a knife. So you take this and you just roll it. And it slices right through it like a hot knife through butter. See? No crushing. All right. And if you want a longer one so it'll bend up because you mount your spool holder up top here, you can do that too. In fact, let me show you that. So there you go. So what you do is you just stick that in there like that. And then that, you would put either drill that out to take a piece of PTFE tube or thread it so that you can just screw this right into it. And there you go. Your problem is solved. No printing some funky guide wheel. No having to move your spool down here. No drag. You just, boom, do that. And now you have a PTFE tube going in. Problem solved. I like easy solutions. Going to be that one and that one. It did come with a brass insert. That's cool. I haven't seen that. In theory, if you have machining tools, you can make this feeder unit more flexible compatible. Actually, I got about like 145 people who watched it. I was surprised by that. In theory, you could drill out the exit hole here to also accept a piece of PTFE tube, just a little piece, cut at a 45-degree angle like that, and that would give you a an almost perfect fit between the gear idler and the exit hole, and that would increase your flexible compatibility. That would require either some pretty decent skill or some pretty decent tools to do that properly, though. So I would not attempt that with hand tools. Okay, now how do we assemble this? I'm trying to remember how I assemble this thing. I don't know what the hell that's for. There's your tension spring. We don't need the gear because we have one on there already and it's the exact same thing. I'm pretty sure this is for the arm. Oh, that's the feed hole. Okay. Pretty sure this is for the spring. So this will thread onto here. Hello, Pedro. Oops, I might have to take that out. Because that might not fit with that on there. Maybe. Yes, that's fine. That goes like that. This goes on the end like that. And then the spring goes on here. And I think this screw just goes in here. Oh, yeah, that goes in here. Okay, that holds the idler pulley. So the skinny screw goes in here. Yep. And that just goes all the way in. It's been a while since I assembled one of these. And that holds the spring. Like that. Okay, so now we need to put the idler assembly together. Now, I think the idler goes down on the bottom flat with nothing underneath it. And I think it goes washer on top and screw on top. We built an Ender 2 last week. I have like 7 of them brand new in the box. So I said, screw it, let's build an Ender 2. So we did. And now we're upgrading it. And all these upgrades, you can apply these upgrades to any modern printer. Yep, I did that right. This has a little dimple on the bottom. A little ridge for the bearing to sit on. And that sits there and spins properly. Then this goes in here, like that. This is always a pain to get this part in. You got to compress the spring a little bit. And put it over top of the little nub there. And then you can slide it in. There we go. Then I should be able to turn this in. Yeah, so El Moriarty, that's why last week we did a live stream building the Ender 2, just because why not? And this week we are modifying the Ender 2. We are going to make it absolutely silent. There we go. And where is my compression fitting? There it is. That's just oh, that's a different kind. So where's the one that came with this kit? Oh no, it does not come with a compression fitting? Are you serious? No way. Yeah, that would make it silent. Oh my god, this does not come with a compression fitting. And this uses a different size than the stock one. Which means I might have to go steal one off another printer so we can build this. Hang on, let me go see if I can steal one. I know. This one, the old one, uses the skinny one, but the metal unit requires this one. Usually they come with it, so unless I'm missing it, this one did not come with the compression fitting, so I had to go steal one. Oh no, that's a different size. What the hell? It's a different size. This is too big. Well, isn't that just annoying? Let me double check. Make sure it's not sitting here somewhere. How odd is that? That's definitely too small. Did it actually not come with it? Hey. Yeah, that's really annoying. No, I think this is non-standard. This is the size that the dual drive Creality uses, so I think this is non-standard. I mean, if this doesn't include one, clearly it's intending you to use the one that's already on your printer. It does not include it. Oh, this. Ew, that's annoying. So this doesn't use a threaded fitting? Where is my phone? You are right. There's no threads there. Ew. I'm not a fan of that. Yeah, definitely not a fan of that. That doesn't even hold. It wiggles back and forth. Although I guess that's what this would be for. I guess I could stick this in here to take up the slack. Well, it is holding. I can't pull it out. Okay, maybe it does work. I can't pull it out. My concern is the plastic would give over time, but if Luke says it holds, then I'm okay with that. Okay, hey, that works. I put the little clippy thing in there. The little clippy thing. And it's tight. I can't pull it out, so I guess it's okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that then. I very rarely had one of these fail. I think I've had one of these fail in over 100 printers. Well, yeah, they do tend to not come off. And like I said, the solution to that is, so for example, I mean, if you guys ever have trouble getting one off, nice, I get 2 more trash cans. So the way you get these, like, so say you put this on and you can't get it off, and you can't depress this to get it off. It's dug in, okay? It came. I think it actually came with it. Yeah, came with it. So you can see here, it's that thing right there. That takes up the slack here. So hey, if it works, I'm game. So you have a compression fitting on, you can't get it off. Well, the first thing you do is you unscrew the compression fitting and pull it out. Now what you do is you push it further onto the tube. Now you depress, push, twist, and slide, and it comes right off. So again, that doesn't want to come off. Unscrew it, take it out so you're holding it like this. All right, push it further up. Now you're past all the chewed up part. You press the button down, push up, twist at the same time as you're twisting, slide down, and it comes right off and doesn't damage it. Now these can be a little harder because you're pushing in and it hits a stop. So you can't just push in and slide them off. But these usually don't have a problem coming off. That's interesting. Yeah, that works. I mean, I'm tugging on it and it's not moving, so I'm going to go with it. And if Luke trusts it, I trust it. Okay. So the feeder unit is all assembled, and we should now have no problem inserting filament. Nope. Filament insert's fine. No issues. Everything's aligned right. And now that's all metal. Let me tighten down that screw there. Like I said, they push right on just fine. There you go. You can even slide them right off the other end if you want. You just slide it until it comes off the other end. But that's the way you get them off without tearing up the metal tabs inside. When they resist, when they don't want to come off. Okay. So damper installed, heatsink installed, damper heatsink, metal feeder unit installed. Well, the last thing, let's do the fan inside here. Alright, now I got to remember how to get this off. I think I have to do these screws here. I think it's these 4 screws right here. This is for the brain board. I think it's these outer 4 screws right here to take off the casing. Uh-oh. I think that was a nut and bolt. Something just came out. Although that's free now, so I think I did that right. Oh, wait a minute. There's a stud in there. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is the screws on the top. But I think there's a brass stud in there. And I'm loosening that brass stud, which I don't want to do. I thought I remembered doing it a long time ago, and it ended up not being from the top. But yeah, I see the brass studs. So that would indicate from the top. Let's not lose the screws. So it's just going to be these 3. Which means I probably just lost one of the brass legs. That's probably what fell. No big deal. I can do that. Yep, that's it. So, what did I unscrew? Oh, I unscrewed a nut and bolt from the brain board. No big deal, it's got others. That's why it was light colored, because it was a nylon nut. It was a nylon nut. I'll never find that. Okay. So, we want to replace this fan right here. And this fan is held in place by a... I can disconnect this, right? Probably. Is that a plug? Nope, that's soldered. Is that a plug? Yes, that is a plug. Which means I can unplug this, and I can unplug this, and that's now out of the way. Okay. So we have pass-throughs that we're going to want to get for this, which I think will be those two right there. The problem is I don't want to drop the pass-through. Oh, it just pops right out. Okay. There we go. I don't have to take them all the way out. Good. And that comes down to... Let's get rid of the zip tie. Okay. Go there, go there. And this is... Okay. Is that this one? Yes. So it is that fan right there. Goes to that first slot right there. So we want to replace this. Well, if you just loosen them, the acrylic holder will slide right out, and then you don't have to remove them. Well, the tip with the rocketry is you use a paper tube up the middle. You don't let plastic come in contact with the motor. That's the trick with 3D printed rocket. You 3D print everything except the tubes. Unless it's decorative rockets, then you're going to print the tubes. Decorative meaning the shell is decorative. But the central tube that goes up the middle that holds the motor, you want that to be paper. Come on. Damn it. Seriously? Stripped? Oh, so annoying. Four screws for the fan. Annoyingly, I'll be using two when I put it back together again. Just because you don't need four screws for these little fans. Yes, the cats are cool. You know, the system might bump you if you do that too much. So I'd be careful spamming the same comment too much. Warned you. I mean, I get it. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a good thing for the manufacturer to use all four screws, but it doesn't need it. Okay, so we want that to that. And we will never hear this again. Because when I say these fans are quiet, oh boy, do I actually I don't even think you need nuts. You don't need nuts for this at all. It threads into the acrylic. So I'll use all four just because I'm going to be threading them into the acrylic. But yeah, this does not even need nuts. Well, maybe. No, does it pull out? No, it's threaded in there. I don't even think I need nuts. Bye-bye. You were warned. Maybe he spent too much time licking his dog's nuts. Oh, man. Yeah, that was really fast. It's supposed to be 300 seconds, which I believe is 5 minutes. That's weird. Yeah, these thread into the acrylic, so you don't even need the nuts. Thank you, Adam. The best for the 40 is this one here. It's $12.99. It's in my description down below. If you click on the description, expand it. There's a link that says my Amazon link. There's a category called 3D printing parts and accessories. You go there, and what you want to look for is the noise blocker. It's a 40-40-10. Now, this is a really slow one. This is the 2900 RPM one. They also have a 3800 RPM one. If you're worried about going too slow, get the 3800 RPM one. It's still virtually silent. And slap that on there. Now, now remember, that's a 12-volt fan. And the FL Sun Q5 is a 24-volt printer. So you're going to need a voltage converter. I have them right here. Voltage converters. Any pancake syrup. I didn't even know we had that.
What? What are you looking for?
I had some voltage converters up here. Parts were pretty electronic components.
So you going to the
Hey, I found the cap.
Yeah.
For the bottle outside.
Oh.
Oh,
for the kerosene here?
Yep.
For the kerosene bomb? The one we've been looking for?
Uh-oh.
What?
I don't see it.
It may have fell behind it, because I heard
exactly.
stuff when I saw the cast up there. I heard something fall back there, because I yelled at him.
We gotta stop keeping stuff up here anyway. It keeps the microwave from being left hard. It makes it so the microwave can't cool itself properly.
The only thing I put up there was the container with the Splenda.
This is fine. Not gonna block anything. I can swear I had them up here.
It may have fell behind
Yeah,
it.
it shall. I know. I'm more talking to myself maybe. Alright. We'll punish later. No, it didn't fall. I don't realize I had anything. Oh.
It landed in my other hand.
Okay, it's not where I thought it was. I thought I had some buck converters handy. But I don't. I can show you what it is, though. One moment. 3D printing parts, tools, and accessories. It is these things right here. So if you go to my Amazon page, you'll see this thing right here. It's $7. Right there. And I think it's 10 of them. Yeah, that's 10 of them for $7. They're dirt cheap. Okay. You solder your input. You put a meter to the output. You adjust this until it's 12 volts. Then you mark it. Put a 12 right there so you know you've already adjusted it. And then you solder your fan leads to here. This thing is tiny. All right. It's about this big. It is super, super tiny. You can fit it anywhere. Yeah, my Q5 is pretty quiet. I wouldn't see a need to upgrade anything on the Q5. I was surprised how quiet it was. But that's what I use right there. That's the buck converters. We're converting the 24 volt to the 12 volts that you need for your fan. They are very, very tiny. You see, here's it comes to 10 of them. And it usually actually comes as a stick. Yeah, it's 17 millimeters by 9 millimeters. Or 12 millimeters. 17 by 12. If it's a 24 volt fan, you can also use these on 24 volt fans. Yes, they are very flimsy. I mean, this thing is tiny. It'll fit in your fingernail. You can just take a 24 volt fan and slow it down. You can do that too. So if you have a good quality 24 volt fan, but it's just loud, well, slow it down. Put a buck converter on there and slow that bad boy down until it's not so loud anymore. Just, pay attention to heat. Because if you go too slow and you don't get enough cooling, that's a problem too. I love these little Andes chocolate mints. The cherry ones are my favorite. Yeah. On the CR10S Pro, that's what I did. I just lowered the speed to 80%. It was fine. Hey, buddy. Richard Crook.
Crook? That is
Mm-hmm.
Crook?
Yeah, his name.
His last name is Crook?
Yeah.
Like a crook who stole?
Can I just slide this off? I think I can just slide this off. Yeah, that should slide off. Maybe not. Okay. We'll have to trim it. There we go. Slide that off. Split your wires. Snip off the white wire since we will not need that. And now you have your two wires. Then you take your wire, figure out how long you need it. So we need it about that long. But nice, now I have some extra wire. Then we snip this off. This fan is still good, so I'm going to keep it. And now we need to put this together. Drivers, I'm using the stock drivers. I'm not changing the electronics. We put stepper dampers on it to make it quiet. Nice and quiet without all the fuss. Yep, stock board. I am totally pleased with the performance of the Ender 2, so I do not want to mess with the electronics. Alrighty, next up, we're going to need a little bit of shrink tubing. Let's get a couple pieces of red and a couple pieces of black. This should be 3-to-1, yeah. So that should be plenty. Alrighty, next up, soldering iron. Where is my stand? Where's my iron? There it is. USB soldering iron. Works surprisingly well. Costs $10 on Amazon. I don't care what anybody says. Damn thing works. On this, no, I don't think it does. Don't forget to put your heat shrink tubing on first. Yes, almost completely. Almost as 99% as effective as a silent board. There we go. And that's why I have heat sinks on them. So the warmer running won't be a problem. That one could use a little more. Because they're more expensive, so I'd rather use them for where it makes sense. Especially since it doesn't come with too many of the itty bitty ones. He is talking about this kit I got. That includes heat shrink tubing and solder all in the same unit. The problem is most of them are the red, yellow, and blue. And what I need for this is the itty bitty white ones. And so I'd rather save these for hard to reach places where it'd be a pain in the ass to use a soldering iron. So I'll save those for when it makes sense to use them. Okay. So now I should be able to reinstall this. Bastard. Come on. Stop messing with me. Okay. That is installed. Here's the other one. There we go. And tighten it down. Fan is snugged in place. Now we have a silent fan to cool the main board. And then this is going to go under these. And come around to here. Okay. Now, on your main board, in the printer, Right here, that is the fan. I believe this is the hot end fan. Yep, that's your hot end fan right there. And then you have this port here. And I don't know if you can read that. It's marked laser. That is your parts cooling fan. So you just need to plug into that for parts cooling. So what we need to do is to run a wire up this tube right here so that we can have our parts cooling, which means we need to take the zip tie off. You could just run it outside, but this is actually pretty easy to run internally, and I'd rather have it internal. Now, the only catch is, all I have is this big thick wire. I don't have any lengths of thin wire. I could run one and then a strand of bare wire on the outside since it's a negative ground system, but I'd rather not do that. So I'm going to just eat it and run 2 wires in there. But I do need to put a plug on it. Do I have a plug I can use? I might have to cut one off of one of these fans. Well, yeah, because this would have to be cut anyway. So I wouldn't be able to use that plug stock anyway. Okay. So first things first, we are going to put a piece of heat shrink tubing on this wire. The reason for that is so I can tell which one's positive and which one's negative. You're supposed to use a hot air gun to do these. No, you don't understand. There's no parts cooling fan on this, which means there's no wire. So I have to run a wire because I'm adding an additional fan that doesn't currently exist on here. Yes, when we replace this fan, we'll be using the existing wire. No, he's just not here. I don't know where he's at. I don't know where the cats are. They're here somewhere.
They're laying on your bed sleeping.
Oh, they're in my room on my bed sleeping. So now I can tell which one's positive and negative.
They play musical beds, like musical chairs, but musical beds between our both of our rooms.
Huh.
They were in my room at 7 o'clock this morning, or 6 o'clock this morning, and woke me up.
You probably deserved it.
They were hungry and thirsty.
You were probably a mean person and deserved it.
Yeah, Ender was rubbing against me for loving. I gave him love.
And this heats up so fast. It's really impressive. That's a good wick. Oh crap, I forgot there's adhesive in these. I didn't let it cool off enough. I got it. There we go. No. This actually, the board itself has the provision for a parts cooling fan, meaning they didn't make a special board just for this printer. So this board has a socket for a parts cooling fan. It's just not used. So I'm going to use it. Thankfully, it's enabled in firmware already. So all we got to do is plug a fan into this port, run the wire up to the hot end, plug a fan into this end, and you're good. That's what we're going to use this for. So the 30 millimeter cooling fan will go here, and the blower parts cooling fan will go here. This printer only has one fan on the hot end. It has the hot end cooling fan, and it depends on the excess air from the hot end blowing by to do parts cooling. It works, but it's not perfect. By adding parts cooling, we'll get better quality prints. And of course, I just dropped the damn... Why isn't this working? There it goes. There it is. There we go. Okay. Get them the same length. Just make life a little easier. I'll show you a neat little trick too. We'll need that. We'll need this. Oh, that might not work. Not any bigger. There we go. Make that a little smoother. Shop cleanup day. Yeah, that always gets delayed, doesn't it? Okay. Now, a little trick for feeding this wire, if it'll fit. That's too small. This should be big enough. I'm going to cut a little bit of heat shrink. A little bit of heat shrink tubing on the end, and now it'll be a lot easier to feed that through this whole mess. This is the fun part. It's really not fun, but you got to do it. This should not be here. There we go. There, that should be on the outside. Okay, so this tube scrunches. If you push it from one end, it scrunches and becomes bigger. Well, when you make it big like that, you make it a whole lot easier to push wires through it. See, now I only got to push through that length there instead of all of that. So just get as much of it in there as you can, and then try scrunching the rest of it. Not quite enough yet. Where am I at? I think I'm right here. I see the blue wire. No, that's as far as it'll go. I've got to push a little more in there. Now let's try scrunching. There it is. And now I can pull the rest through, no problem. Let's get as much of this in here as we can. Almost all of it. And then this plugs right into the board. And now I can de-scrunch it from this end and scrunch it all the way to the fan. There you go. I might need to add a little bit of wire. Oh, I'll have a little bit of wire when I add the fan. I just got really big hands. That's a 500 by 500 bed. Yeah, trust me, I wouldn't lie to you, would I? Okay, I believe we are done in the brain board. So we can put this back together. So that goes there. And this goes on to this connection. All these have to go back in here like this. I need a couple zip ties. Of course, we're going to use orange zip ties because I like orange. There we go. That goes there. This goes here. Oh, I forgot to include that in the zip tie, so I'll just add a second zip tie. Okay. And there we go. Where are my little screws? Up here? No, those are they supposed to be that long? Maybe they are. There we go. Alrighty, that's done. Now we need to take apart this. Okay, see that rain lasted about what, 5 minutes maybe? Oh no, I still hear thunder. It's not raining though, but I do still hear thunder. I'm trying to capture rainwater. I just got to figure out a cheap way to get gutters installed. Okay. Let's put these up here where I'm not going to bump them. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking that, but I still have to figure out how to attach it to the frame up there. And I'm not very good on ladders. I'm a little bit big for ladders, especially that high. You know, a person like me being 12 feet off the ground is a really, really bad idea. Because me falling from 10, 12 feet, it's not going to be a bruise. It's going to be something broken and a very, very high degree of probability of dead. Because, yeah, I did the math on the G's of impact force. When someone like me hits the ground, it's not good. It's real, real bad. You don't want to go there. And we will not need this, and that's actually pretty darn heavy. So that the weight of that is actually, the difference in weight between that and this is greater than the difference in weight adding the fan. So adding the fan should actually make the whole thing a little lighter. So let's do that much cable. Now I really wanted to do JST connectors on here, but I didn't buy any, and I can't find the ones I brought with me. Because by doing JST connectors, I could do swappable hot ends. Well, not hot ends, but swappable cooling solutions. So, for example, I could do a plug-and-play swap between, you know, the minimalist solution and the heavy-duty solution that I have here somewhere. But, whatever. Oh, I got goo up here. Oh, well. And I also forgot to get a sock. I didn't get a sock for this. I should have. There's my little 30. What? Okay. I don't even know if these are going to be small enough. Yeah, 3-to-1 might not be small enough. I gotta order some even skinnier shrink tubing. Yes, they do. They what the sock does is increase your thermal mass. So it takes longer for you to heat up because you got to heat up the sock, but that also means it takes longer for you to cool down. So what the silicone sock does is it stops or reduces the oscillations. So, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold. The sock makes that smoother. So your hot end is more resistant to changing temperature. Exactly, it's an insulator. But it's an insulator like a barrier. So for example, is this an insulator? Well, no, it's metal. But if I put my finger here, it's protected from the flame. Okay? Because it's a barrier between me and the flame. So it's going to act like a thermal battery. It's going to increase, we call it thermal mass, but it's like inertia. It's going to increase your inertia for your fans. Okay, so I need 4 of these. I'm not going to solder these. I'm just going to twist them on and then heat shrink them. By not soldering them, I'll be able to undo it later and put plugs on it, which should be fine as long as I twist it up enough, especially since I'm going to heat shrink them. Yeah, you tried to fall off, didn't you? I didn't give you permission, you little bastard. I use Wham Bam, but if you like PEI, TH3D works fine too. It's just a matter of personal preference. They're basically the same product. The TH3D is a little less refined, not quite as thick as the Wham Bam, but the TH3D is also cheaper. Performance-wise, very little difference. You'd be happy with either one. See, I can just slice that off later, and I could take this off and put plugs on here. Hey, we got a PayPal. Emery Calumet is back, $50 on PayPal. You are an awesome person. Literally, without people like you, I mean, my Google AdSense is down to like $70 a month, and my Amazon is down from $800 a month to about $300 a month. Thank you, Amazon, for cutting the commissions on Amazon sales. My sales aren't down, just the commission is down. So without people like you, thank you very much. People like you make this possible. Is that the right direction? Yes, it is. Okay. It does go that way. I just turned this a little fast so I got back feed, and I was able to see which way the fan twitched. So I know which way it wants to go. Oh, wait a minute. I goofed that up. Okay, I gotta redo this real quick. Because I want to add an LED. And I need to access this power connection for the LED. Because this is the one that's always on. There's no such thing as Marlin or Repetier in Cura. You might have to select Marlin or Repetier. Your printer is probably using Marlin. I would assume it's using Marlin. Thank you, Adam Green. And for those of you guys who want to support me, this is basically a PBS type setup. It's a public broadcasting system type setup. I depend on your guys' support either directly via Patreon or PayPal, or indirectly via my affiliate links down below, of which I earn a commission. And for Amazon, the technical wording is, as an Amazon associate, I earn from these links, from qualifying links. Try to use PayPal or Coffee instead of what do you call that when you donate through YouTube? Because YouTube takes 30%, while PayPal only takes 3%. Super Chat, that's what it's called. I still don't know how they justify taking 30%. It's crazy, but that's Google for you. Yep, 30%. And that's not your fault. You don't owe me anything for that. Don't you worry about that. I appreciate it however you give it. Thank you very much. But 30% is kind of ridiculous. So that's why I steer people towards PayPal. So don't worry, I'm not complaining, man. I appreciate that so much. So for example, if somebody were to donate, $20 through Super Chat, I would get $14. While if you were to donate $20 through PayPal, I would get $19.30. So big difference. Okay, so we need to add heat shrink again. And we got some right here. And of course I dropped it. And it's gone. Really? Twitch takes 40%? Holy crap. That's insane. But now you know why we push things like Patreon and PayPal and stuff like that. Oh yeah, PayPal. I get the money today. Well, tomorrow. At the end of my stream, I'll click transfer and I'll have the money tomorrow. While the super chat, I'll get next month. Not a huge deal. You know, I get the money either way, so it's not like the end of the world or anything like that. Oh, they charge the person making the purchase? So, like, you pay $10 and they charge you $10 or $14? Pay $6, okay. Here. Now, what did I do with that LED? I know I have it here somewhere. That is the blower fan, which we'll be doing next. Where is the LED? Out of the way, Batman.
Did you say out of the way, Batman?
Yeah. Batman was in the way.
Fuck, you're Batman.
Yeah, I told him to get lost. Yeah, well, that's gouging. Even the government doesn't hammer you that hard. There it is. So now, we are going to have this. Uh-oh, that looks too small. Oh, it looks like it's just a little tight, maybe? But that looks like it's too tight. Woo! I heard that hit the wall over there. Damn! Make sure you got face protection or aim it away from you. Jeez.
It doesn't like you.
Yeah, true. Yeah, there we go. That fits good. Yeah, there we go. That's good. So, if that's sitting there, that means I'm going to have to come over here like this and angle that bad boy in like that. Okay, so let's angle that 90 degrees, roughly. And that's going to sit roughly like that. And that's going to sit all the way down here. Yeah, that's going to sit all the way down there, huh? Okay. So now we hit it with a little super glue. Well, at the amounts that I make, it's going to be base tax rate. I don't make enough to get to the higher tax brackets yet. And I got some accelerator. Okay. Let's make sure I get that height correct again. So that's going to sit about like that. And I want this to sit about like that. Okay. We hit that with some super glue. Hit that with some accelerator. Contact them. Get it taken care of. Anycubic's pretty good with their customer support. They'll probably want to send you a replacement panel for the front, which shouldn't be a problem. I'm also putting a little glue on the wire to make it stiffer. There. And then let's run this over top of here like this. Make it nice and neat. Yeah, Anycubic is usually pretty good with their support. There. Now I have a little light. And I'm assuming black is negative and white is positive. Oops, I just cut that. These wires are so hard to strip because the actual copper inside is so thin. You gotta just nick the outside and pull it off. Yeah, I've never had a problem with Anycubic support. So they should take care of you. What they'll probably want to do, unless they have a US means of handling it, is send you a replacement panel that you would then have to replace. Because remember, to ship something like that all the way back to China is just not practical. So, you know, when you order from China, you got to work with them a little bit. But unless they have a replacement here in the US and then they'll refurbish it, I don't know. But worst case scenario, they'll send you a replacement control panel and you'll just have to replace it. If that's something that's end user replaceable. I don't know how easy that is to replace for an end user. Okay. There we go. There we go. Heat it up. Actually burn that one a little bit. That'll be okay. There, now I have a light on my hot end, which will be nice. Let's get this threaded in. That is not going to work. I need something longer. Although, nope, it has to go that way. Here's a longer one. Although, I got these little screws here. I can use those. That's why you always save these little packs of screws that come with anything you buy, typically. Now, this is from like a solar light thing, and I didn't need their screws. But these will probably be pretty good for here. They're a little on the big side. I'm not going to use them. This one will work. But you never know when those screws will come in handy, so it's always a good thing to hang on to them. Where is the wrench? Let's close that before I cut myself. Okay, not there. That's too small. Did I drop it again? I don't see it on the floor. What did I do with the wrench? Here it is. It was sideways. I mean, one will work for now until I find a longer one, but I'd rather find a longer one and just be done with it now. What is the drone you use? I use a Mavic Mini. So that's this little bad boy right there. 2.7K, 3-axis gimbal, 20-minute flight time. For me, about 18 minutes here at 7,000 feet, because at 7,000 feet, you need to use a little more power to stay in the air. But still, 18 minutes of flying time is incredible. Link down below. I have a whole category just for the Mavic Mini. 500 bucks. You can't beat that with a 10-foot stick, considering what it's capable of doing. I don't think that's long enough. Nope. Ah, but I do know where I do have a screw. I should have a longer screw in that. In here, there should be a longer screw. That might be too long. That's a little on the long side, but it will hold. And I do have a gap in there for it. I'll just remember to swap that out with something else later. Normally I have little kits with all different size bolts in it. Hey, we have another PayPal. Brody Wallace, $5 on PayPal. Thank you, dude. No, the drone, well, it uses Wi-Fi, but it doesn't connect to your home Wi-Fi. It connects to your phone. Actually, it doesn't even use Wi-Fi to connect to your phone. It uses a hard cable to connect to your phone. Now, its signal is a Wi-Fi signal, but it's not like your router Wi-Fi signal. Okay, where are my wrenches? I keep losing these damn wrenches. I think it's this one right here. That is good enough for now. That is on there firm. I'm pretty sure this is the screws for this. Actually, I think it's the shorter screws. Yep. Actually, first let's do the hot end fan, or the parts cooling fan. Okay. So here is our blower. And we need two short little ones for that. Actually, we can use long ones. Oh, that needs even skinnier. Wow. That's some itty bitty screws right there. But am I sized for this size, I think? No, it's sized for, it is sized for that tiny. Wow. Boy, where am I going to get screws that tiny? Actually, you know what I could do for now? I could just glue that bad boy on there. Nah, that won't work. That'd be a bad idea. See, normally you're replacing an existing fan, so you just use the existing screws. But of course, there is no existing screws because we're adding a fan where there was none before. So I need some itty bitty screws. Not those. Some M3s, basically. I might just have to make the hole a little bigger. Boy, that really wants some skinny screws. Yes, exactly. Where is pliers? I refuse to register because I don't recognize their legal authority to require it, which is why I got the mini. They'll eventually require the mini to register too, because it's not about safety, it's about control. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna cheat by using nuts and bolts. Okay. No, I don't use it. There we go. I'm gonna put a little nut and bolt on it. There we go. What are you talking about, Layla? You keep going on about that stuff, but you're not making any sense. There we go. Nut and bolt holds that on there nicely. I don't like the way it splays out on the bottom. But I don't think I can do anything about that right now, except to loosen this up a little bit. Yeah, it was just too tight. Technically I need a washer in between the fan and the frame. But now it's nice and straight. And we put our cooling duct on here. Again, this normally requires a screw, but I'm just going to hit it with a tiny bit of CA and it will be fine. There we go. I ain't going nowhere. There. Now we need to connect this to this. Okay, that looks good. Peel off our little sacrificial tip here. Although I forgot this stuff has adhesive in it, so it doesn't exactly peel off super easy. There we go. We know that one is red because we put our little bit of red shrink wrap on there. That's why we did that. We know that one's black for the same reason. This is a connection I shouldn't have to worry about, but I'm going to still just use heat shrink so that I don't have to redo it later. I'm hoping this will fit, but I suspect it won't. Maybe. Maybe if I trim some of that insulation. Yeah, I bet you that'll work. Where'd it go? There it is. Yeah, I got it. I need another little piece. Okay. There, we should be wired up. Ooh, you gotta be careful bending that, because that's a pretty stiff bit of wire on there. Okay. One more. That's nice and snug. Nice and snug. That fan looks like it's about perfect. I could actually probably design this to bring that fan in closer. That might actually work. I do want that to be snugger. I'm going to try to hit that with a dot of glue. That didn't work. I got to make this a square to actually hold that on there. Because what's happening is the fan, it wants to push out because I don't have the washers here like I'm supposed to. I could try shimming it, but I think it'll be okay. Okay. That's going to go there, but we're not going to push that in yet. Now we need to get this all slurped up and sucked in, and this should go all the way to the hot end. Why isn't it? I should be able to sleeve all this in here. You know what I did wrong? I tightened it up too much on this end. I believe Kapton tape does actually work for that. But your best bet for nylon is to buy a sheet of Garolite. That works really well for nylon. And I think it even works cold. Let's seal this back up. That question was from Tristan, asking about printing nylon and polycarbonate. Oh yeah, I pushed that way too far. Yep. Not my bad. But easy enough to fix. Okay. I don't know. That's a good question. I know it's good for nylon, but I don't know if it's good for polycarbonate. I don't have much experience with polycarbonate, so I don't want to tell you yes and then it not work. Okay, that takes care of that. Now I can backfeed all the excess back to here. There we go. And now pinch it. There we go. That needs to be up a little bit. Come on, autofocus. Do your thing. Here you go. We are almost done. We just have to finish inserting the PTFE tube in the hot end, and we should be finished. So now we have an LED to light up whatever it is we're working on, and this is flexible enough that you can adjust it to get whatever kind of lighting you want, as long as you're careful. And then we have a 30mm fan here, which later on we may put a voltage regulator in here to lower its speed if it ends up being too noisy. And now we have a 40mm blower parts cooling fan, so we can keep our parts cool. Okay. So now we have to heat up to do the rest. Wait a minute. First we can do this. You see now we don't have too much of an angle, but we have a much shorter tube, and that is only a good thing. That should be okay. What am I hitting? Oh, I think the wire is actually hitting the end there. Yeah. Now it's not. I don't want to secure this yet because we still have to play with the tube. Okay. That's it. That should be good. Time to make sure we didn't blow it up. Turned on, and we have LED light. And that fan is silent, so I don't have to worry about that at all. I can't even hear it. His is silent. It's not making a noise. I'll bet this is the quietest Ender 2 you're ever going to encounter. We may still need to adjust the Z end stop. We'll find out in a minute. I like it when I have to look and check and make sure it's working because it's so quiet. That's what I like. Damn, that's quiet. Wow. Oh, those wires are hitting those screws. Okay. Now we're clear. No problem there. No problem there. Okay, PTFE2. We got to heat up the nozzle. Oh, let's check the fan. Huh, fan didn't work. I told the fan to turn on and it didn't turn on. That is 12 volts. Yeah, it's set for 100%. And the fan is not working. Did it get unplugged? Maybe I accidentally pulled the plug. Watch it be my luck. That fan's bad. Well, all the fans are going. Except for this one. But this fan's going. This fan's going. And that has no fan. Before, just sitting here not doing anything, it was crazy noisy. But this is not working for some reason. Nice LED, lighten up the work area. I'll put a shroud. Actually, I can use heat shrink tubing for that. Here's another little pro tip for you guys. See, you don't want to see the LED lit up, because when you see the LED lit up, it blinds you. So what you do is you find a little piece of heat shrink tubing that's too small, that fits over the LED. I print at 50 or 60 millimeters per second on these things. You don't have to go slow. Well, because the problem is, now that I have my 30 millimeter fan on there, we're not going to get blow by parts cooling anymore. So we need the parts cooling to work. He's joking around, Action Jackson. He's not serious. Okay. There. Now, the LED directs its light down there without blinding you. All right. Fan is plugged in. But it is not working. See, that one is, this is the hot end. Yep. Let's see if that works. Bad fan. Are you kidding me? It's actually a bad fan? What's the chance of that? Well, I'm going to have to fix that later because we are actually starting to run out of time. I'll try if we have time, but let's get the rest going. But I think the fan's bad. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Where's my multimeter so I can check it and see if I have 12 volts getting to the end? Let me get this back together real quick. But I just plugged it into a port that I know is working, and I got nothing. No, fan should turn on if I tell it to turn on. I hope not. I mean, this is a black and red wire. Yeah. Nah, it's 12 volts. See you later, Jerry. Hey, we got somebody else on the PayPal. Lawrence Hall, $10. Thank you, buddy. I greatly appreciate that. Oh, I also want to say a welcome to a new Patreon. I left it up just so I wouldn't lose it. I thought I left it up. Where is it at? It must have got cleared at some point. Hang on. I like giving shout outs to my critters. Bob Butterworth, thank you for joining my Patreon, man. I appreciate it. Okay. So LED works great. Now, why won't this work? Where might I have a voltmeter? I might have one in the tool bag.
What, you done?
No.
Oh?
No. I need a voltmeter.
Still pretty close up to huh? Correct.
Actually, no.
No?
I don't think I'm expecting anything today. And I already went to the mailbox. Nope. Just my packages I was waiting for. Okay. Come on, guys. Don't fight. Remember, I have to eat mean people. I don't want to eat my viewers. I want to like you guys. They should be good. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I'm getting power at the fan. The hot end fan is on. And no, this should turn on. This should turn on as soon as I tell it to. There's no thermal control. No, it's very bad for me. I run out of viewers. And that would be bad. There should be terminals right there.
Do I need to bring out the painter?
I should be able to touch that to that.
I'm correct. If I gotta take the taser out, they can stop fighting.
Son of a bitch! Who said that about the wires being backwards? They're not backwards, but they're electrically backwards. You've got to be kidding me. Why the hell would they wire it backwards? I mean, that's a special kind of stupid right there. I'm going to double check that again. Is it marked on the board? If it is, I can't tell. No, the fan wires are installed correctly. They're soldered to the wrong terminals. Black is positive and red is negative. I'm going to double check that right now. I mean, that's just boneheaded. No, I'm going to rewire it.
Mess with Bone Daddy, that's not
Control, temperature, fan speed, 255. No shit.
Watch your language.
No, wait a minute. The printer connection's backwards. That could still be a fan wired backwards because I cut one of these fan cables. And I wired it red to red to red. So either one of these cables was wired backwards or the printer's outputting backwards. But either way, the solution is to reconnect it backwards. There we go. Okay, that's the solution. One of the wires somewhere is backwards. So either the printer is outputting positive on the wrong pins, or the fan cable that I'm using, this little wire that I'm using, is backwards. Well, I didn't change the plug though. That's what I'm saying. I didn't change the plug. I hooked the red wire on the plug to the red wire. So it came, one of those components is just backwards. I tried Twitch once. I'll never use Twitch ever again. Never. And we are all about the off topic. Yeah, but I'm just going to do it here because I don't feel like taking that apart. Yeah, so either the pins in the plug are backwards or the main board is backwards, but basically it's plug or pin because these are red all the way to the main board and black all the way to the main board. That was the whole reason. Yeah, Ronald DHS, I'll never use Twitch ever again. When it's 1:30 in the morning and you have 4 police officers with their guns drawn show up at your front door, yeah, fuck Twitch. Why the hell won't these wires twist together? I've never had wires give me such a hard time going together.
Netflix for free?
There's no such thing as Netflix for free.
That's right here.
I know, but there's no such thing. It's a scam. Whatever it is, it's a scam.
It's through the Moscow store when I went to play my DVD.
It's a scam. No, I just did a printer stream. I had 2 cameras set up, one going to Twitch, one going to YouTube, and, well, someone decided swatting me was a good idea.
The CW is not free. You know what I mean?
Where is that little bit of solder? Well, open the new one.
No, I can use for free.
As long as your camera's covered. These wires don't connect very well, so I'm going to solder them. Sent me a pic on Facebook.
First, I'm going on my streams and going in my room. Okay.
Yeah, you had to swap yours too?
Did you hear me, Chris? Grabbing my ice cream and going into my room. You want one?
A 3-pack of solder. Oh, yeah, solder, yeah.
Chris says I'm going to the freezer in your bathroom using your bed. Okay?
Uh-huh.
I just figured to let you know. Do you want one of your ice creams?
No. Ow! That's still a little hot.
Oh, are you going to learn not to do that again? You just learned your lesson?
Derp. And another little piece, since I lost it. Actually, I don't. Usually the little tiny connections cool down really fast. That stayed hot a little longer. Come on, guys. Are we lame or something? Do I have no creative people in chat? I mean, this was your chance to say, well, dumbass, what did you think was going to happen? I love these little USB soldering irons. I have like 4 of them. Sometimes you can send links, sometimes you can't. All right, there's 3 things can happen to links. YouTube could accept it and we'll see it. YouTube could hold it and I'll get an allow or deny button, in which case I'll usually hit allow if I think it's an okay link. Third is YouTube just blocks it. I don't get a choice. You don't get a choice. You think you posted it, but you didn't. That's a YouTube thing. And there be nothing I can do about it. Oh crap, that doesn't work. That's too big. I thought I'd be able to slide that over it, but I cannot. A little too late there, buddy. A little too late. You missed the boat. Oh man, now I can't put shrink wrap on that because it's already soldered. And that's not going to short or anything. It will be fine. No, sometimes users can post links. The mods usually can post links without them having to be approved. But end users can also post links, but most of the time it will hold them for review so I can look at it and see if I want to allow that link. But sometimes YouTube just won't allow a link, period. No matter what. It's just like, nope, you're not posting that. And there's no rhyme or reason as to why. Sometimes that works, but sometimes the algorithm is smart enough to catch you doing that. Their algorithms are pretty smart. If you want to post a link for eBay, Amazon, or Thingiverse, just post the number. For eBay, it's the eBay item number. For Amazon, it's the Esun number. And for Thingiverse, it's the thing number. For Banggood, post everything except the www.banggood.com. So post everything after the slash. And then just say Banggood. And so all we have to do is go to banggood.com and then add the rest. Okay. That is, now see that? It knew you were trying to post a link, but because it couldn't quite tell it was a link, it gave me the option to approve it. What Luke hit it first. So BANGGOOD, banggood.com, and then what we do is we add that to the end here, and that gives me, wow. Oh, you don't get 5. Okay, 10 pieces. Okay, that's not a great price. I thought you got 5 of them for $5. I was like, what? So how much do you get? 100 grams. Yeah, see, that's not much. That's actually probably not a good deal. Solder. Well, it's not a horrible deal, that's for sure. I didn't realize these spools were that tiny. Wow, actually, that is a good deal. I thought 100 grams wasn't that much. That's actually a good deal. Although here's a 5-pack, 50 grams. So that's 250 grams. It's a mix of them. You get from 0.5 to 1.2 for $18 with a 5% coupon. That's actually not a bad deal, and it's prime shipped. You had good results with this stuff? So if I go 0.6, does the price go down? No. Huh. Well, yeah, I guess it's going by weight. Okay. So 0.8 millimeter, 10 pieces, $28. That's not bad. That is cheaper than Amazon by a little bit. That would be $31 with shipping. While if I were to buy it off Amazon, it would be $36. So you save $5. Not bad. Any more bulk here? That's 50 grams. £0.22. That sounds like a lot. Here's 1 pound. That's what, 500 grams for $25? That's not bad. So 1 kilogram is 2.2 pounds. So this would be 1.1 1.1 pounds would be half a kilogram. So this is like 450 grams. What? The Amazon? No, the Amazon one is a it's a 5-pack. See, you pick the one that says mix. You can either get 5 at 0.6 millimeter, where all 5 of them are 0.6. See, it says 5 pieces. Or you can get a mix where you get 1.5, 1.6, 1.8, 1, and 1.2. And so this is 250 grams. Oh, you're right. That is 100 grams. Oh, wow. So that's a kilogram for $27. Oh! Oh, shit. You're right. Oh, wow. Okay. No. That's 4. You would have to buy 4 of these to get the same amount. Oh, you're right. No. When I first brought them up on Amazon, I saw 50-gram rolls. So I assumed the ones on Banggood were also 50-gram rolls. In fact, I thought that said 50 grams, but no, it says 100 grams. Okay, so 10 pieces is a kilogram. That's 2.2 pounds. To get that same price on Amazon, you'd have to buy the big one, the 1 pound roll. It'd be almost $60 to get the same amount on Amazon. About $55. So yeah, a kilogram for $31 is pretty good. That's really pretty good. Damn. That's on there good. We're just going to leave this sit here because I don't feel like fighting with this shit anymore. Okay. Yeah, I thought the Banggood ones were 50 grams each. That would be incorrect.
Chris, did you put water in your tank?
Oh shit, I already got them on there. Damn it.
Did you?
Okay. And now the parts cooling fan works. Yay! Oh, I found a different one on Amazon that's a little cheaper. It's $25 for 1 pound. And that's the 0.8 millimeter. So that would be $50 for 2 pounds. So you need another 0.2 pounds to get to the actual kilogram weight. So it'd be about $55, $60.
Really, Ken?
Equivalent, per gram. Because a kilogram's 2.2 pounds.
Chris, I'm going to need mine. He's coming laying down.
Yep.
Did you ever fill the sink up with water in your bathroom?
No.
Because it had water in it before I went in there.
Mm-hmm.
I was sitting on the toilet. He's laying in the water in the sink.
Was the faucet off?
Yeah.
There's no water in there.
Chris, I went over to him before I even turned on the faucet.
You're a weirdo.
I moved his butt end.
It's your fault. You're a weirdo.
I didn't do it.
Weirdo. Hey guys, tell her she's a weirdo.
They're probably thinking,
That is not what I wanted. Come on. Fan speed. There we go. Now, all the fans are going, and you can barely hear a thing. Alright, now, is that hanging too low? Nope, we're good. This is hanging too low, though. This needs to come up. Shine it right at the nozzle. We are good. Okay, turn the parts cooling fan off and level the bed. Now listen. Why didn't it finish homing? Did I unplug something? Nope. Oh, there it goes. I want to make sure this homes. Why isn't this homing? I never plugged it back in because I'm an idiot. Okay, let's try that again. That is plugged in. I forgot to re-plug in the stepper motor. And it's nice and quiet. Yeah, isn't that a little weird? I got the one head sitting on top of the body in the other image. Wow! Look at that. It kind of mixes. Oh, yeah, I'll do one of these. Aruka! Okay, we definitely have to come down. Disable steppers. Oh, not by much. We're pretty close. It goes this way? Yes. Oh, we are just barely clearing. Oh, it just clears. There is just enough tolerance to clear it. Okay, now we have to heat up the hot end. Control, motion. Hey, Michael. You know, I put an ad up on Marketplace because I need to get the heater core in my pickup truck replaced. Because if we ever get snowed in, we got to use the pickup truck with the four-wheel drive, and it has no heat because the heater core is bad. And we didn't have time to fix it before I left Pennsylvania. He did so much other work, he just never got to the heater core. So I put up an ad saying I need somebody to replace the heater core because I'm not capable of doing it. The whole entire dash has to be pulled, the heater core swapped. You also have to suck down the AC system because somebody swatted me. Somebody called the police and claimed to be me and said, "Yeah, I just killed my brother in the upstairs bathroom." That's people for you, man. For control, temperature, nozzle. So I was like, "Yep, no more Twitch." Fuck Twitch. One time on Twitch, and that's what I get. Apparently, it's a pretty common thing on Twitch. Yeah, well, fuck that noise. All it took was for it to be, one cop with a bad attitude, and that would have been all she wrote. No, Cal. Swatters should be charged with attempted murder because that's what it is. People actually die when they get swatted. Because when you crash through somebody's door, they're not exactly going to cooperate with you because they're not doing anything wrong. And all it takes is for you to move the wrong way, not even having a clue that you're moving the wrong way, and they blow your ass away. And when cops open fire, they don't shoot to hurt or maim or disable. They empty their mags, reload, and empty a second mag. Okay? So when cops shoot you, you die. So people who do that, they should be charged with attempted murder. Uh-oh. I think I broke something. I may have broken something. Yes, the US is very weird about that. So I put up an ad because I need the heater core. Um, Changed on my pickup truck. So I have it up for $450, which is approximately the fair price to change your heater core on the truck. Give or take. And I have, wanted, not for sale, need mechanic to repair truck. And people keep trying to say, can I come buy the $450 truck? Yeah, I'm going to sell my $4,400 truck for $450. Sure. Here's the address. 75 miles that way. Have fun being in the middle of the desert somewhere. I broke something because I'm not getting any heat. The heater cartridge isn't heating up, which means I broke a connection somewhere. Damn it. Read, damn it. Can they be beaten first? Of course. Alright, this is the heater cartridge. And I don't feel any broken wire. But maybe I mangled it too much. Well, they're desperate. They figure they got nothing to lose. The worst you could do is say no, I guess. Yeah, but it's like, stop wasting my time, damn it. So I have a break in the wire somewhere. or I broke the connection at the thermistor, or I have a break in the panel in here. Maybe the wire pulled out. Oh, yeah. I mean, I even big giant letters, wanted, not for sale, just because I got tired of answering messages saying, yeah, sorry, buddy, I'm not selling my $4,000 truck for $400. Huh. There's no access to the outside for that screw right there. Oh, wrong one. I'm an idiot. Uh-oh, I may have just broken that free. Because I'm an idiot. You know, it's one of those things, you got nothing to lose to ask. So even though I know I'm stupid, I'm never going to meet this guy, so I don't care, so I might as well ask. So. There we go. Okay. Where's the heater cartridge? Oh, it is just a pulled wire. Oh, crap. The wire got pulled somewhere up in the cable. That's why I have an excess of wire here. Now I understand why I have an excess of wire. Because it's in the cable somewhere. There it is. Let's unclip that since it's restricting it. I was wondering why I had excess wire here, and that is why. There's the excess. There. Easy fix, just reconnect it. No big deal. This is what people need to learn when dealing with 3D printers, is this kind of stuff. Know basic diagnostics to know how to deal with things when they don't work properly. Might as well make sure all these connections are good. Wow, that was tight. How did that get pulled out? Wow. But just learning basic diagnostics, a $4 or free, because usually they have a coupon, you can get one of these for free at Harbor Freight Voltmeter, and just go down the list of things little by little, check it from one point to another, and just diagnose what's wrong, figure out where it's not working right. That's what people need to learn how to do. So they don't go crazy when things aren't working the way they're supposed to. Good, now I can get this properly stuffed. Yeah, same here. Electrical, mechanical, no problem. I could play with that all day. But as soon as you start talking about programming, it's like, my eyes just glaze over. Like, what did you say? Did you say something? There we go. Much better. And now that's all properly stuffed. Yeah, but you got to know what to remove and where to look to find it. And I know it's not hard because you're not doing programming. You're just modifying a script of a program someone else wrote, and that's not that difficult. Okay. All right, let's get this tied up again. Boy, did I use up all them zip ties? I think I did. Yep, I used up all the zip ties. I need to grab another zip ties. People might say, well, you couldn't have used all them zip ties. Well, you underestimate how many times I can screw up. Okay. Make sure those are tight. Yep, that one's loose. We should be good to go. What, adjusting marlin? Well, it depends on what you start with. If you start with something good, with somebody who knows what they're doing, and so all you got to do is comment out what you need, it all depends on how good your instructions are. If you have poor instructions, you're going to tear your hair out. I'll have to get into it eventually, especially when I start to build my own printer. I'm going to have to bite the bullet and learn how to do it. I love talking to my cats. Okay. Ultra Mega Super Silent Ender is finally ready to go. We just got to do the hot end. And we're heating up. Yay! Eventually, it might be 6 months from now, it might be a year from now, it might be 2 years from now. It just depends on how much money I have, because it's probably going to cost like $2 or $3 grand. But I want to build a large printer, like big. You know, I would like to go minimum 700 cubed. Ideally 1 meter cubed. I'd really like to go 1 meter cubed. No lawsuit news. I assume most of that stuff is delayed and whatnot because of coronavirus. Bigger. Although I'd kill to have his too. When they tried to claim ownership of my dice box that I have on Thingiverse. Okay. Actually, let's take that all the way out. Oh, yeah. Oh, that did not pull. That tore. But there's a nice... Oh, that's a nice clean pull right there. Nice. Make sure that's all clean. Let's make sure we are clean through and through. Yep. Okay. So, tighten it all the way. Then back off 2 turns. 1.5 turns. This is already backed off. Then we shove the tube in. Uh-oh, I may have made that too short. Yep, I made it too short. I forgot about the length of Capricorn that has to go inside the printer. That is my goof up. I forgot. Okay. No, I have not. There's one on YouTube. Send me a link to that if you know where it's at. Come on. Why do these always disappear? Here we go. That looks good. So we need that much longer. Actually, if I installed Luke's fix, that'd be the perfect length of tube. Yeah, I think I do like this plastic clip. Clean, easy, fast. Grip's good. I'm surprised. There we go, all the way in, and we have enough to make it to the end. Now, it's all the way in. The next thing we're going to do is tighten up the compression fitting. We're going to lift this, put the clip on, and we're going to tighten up the compression fitting. I kind of forgot. This makes this a little harder with the my hot end here. I'm going to have to redesign this to not be such a pain. And then tighten the nozzle. Oh, that was you who said that. Yeah, if I installed your fix, that would probably take care of the discrepancy. How'd that fall off? Not enough glue? Of course, I get goddamn super glue all over me. Okay. And just to come up a little bit. Just like that. I think we're good. Of course, I just wasted that clip because I forgot to put the tube through it. Derp. Okay. Come on. Stop messing with me. Give me the spool. We have extrusion. Let's try printing something. What do we have that's fast? Because it's... I don't have to go to the post office, so I don't care. Could print another kitty cat. I did. Double check and make sure this end is tight. Yes, it is. David Hote and I already got that, so we're good. I shouldn't do that on screen. Someone mentioned that once, and I really should turn around when I do that. Hey, it heated up faster. I think that 17 amp power supply is actually putting out more amps than this 20 amp power supply, because that bed heated up really freaking fast. Uh-oh, what was that? Why did I hear crunchy? I thought I heard crunching. Oh, it's probably this just touching the cooling grate. Now, not enough room to get my finger in here. Perfect. That's more than enough to clear the spring. Although I don't like that LED touching like that. That needs to come up quite a bit. There we go. Now I can see what's going on under there. Let me show you guys. I need a better way of mounting the LED. That's not a good way of mounting it. But for now, it works. And you can hear how quiet it is. You can barely hear the stepper motor whine. I mean, just barely. Not bad. I think I need to bring this one up a little bit. And this one up a tiny bit. There we go. "3D printing" Google search or YouTube search? Oh, I mean, here it is. Wow. You know, that's probably what I would print too. I mean, that castle is just epic. Jesus. That's incredible. I mean, it's not a very clean print, but my God, it's a freaking meter tall. Look at that. Yeah, I can dream. I could dream. If anybody wants to see that, it is right here. That was the first layer. No fan yet. The fan should turn on when we hit the third layer. I'll have to turn the temperature up since we're using silk. Oh, the tool changer would be amazing. Oh, I would love the tool changer. Yeah, I downloaded it. Let's watch it again, just because it's so amazing.
1.
Why did that stop working again?
Full duration.
That's incredible. Parts cooling's not working again. The parts cooler should be on right now, and it's not. It's set for 100. The wire is good. The only thing that makes sense is something got unplugged in here. And maybe I yanked something out when I was fixing the heater cartridge. Oh, this is going to be fun. I have it. It's already set to turn on. Yeah, display says it's on. And it's not. So something got unplugged. I did. Now, why would it hide that message? There's nothing wrong with that message. I don't know what the link for that video is. Hang on, let me try to find it. I should have it in my history. There it is. There's the link. Oh yeah, 200 is not going to work for the speed. Nozzle. We'll do 220 until I can get the fan turned on. No problem. That's nice, clean video. It's plugged in, but I still got no fan. And that's plugged in. Oh, here's the wires going to it. I don't get it. We tested it. You guys saw it. It worked. And yet now it's not working. Am I getting voltage out? I gotta be careful. If I short this, it'll probably crash the print. Putting out voltage. Yep, I just crashed it. So why the hell isn't it working? It has to be a break in the wire somewhere because I'm getting voltage. See you later, 3D RCNC. And remember, if you're not having fun, you're doing it wrong. Do a search for Medieval Castle Thingiverse, and it'll pop up. It's a very, very long print. I did it at 0.2 millimeter nozzle size, and this took me 176 hours. As you can see, it got broken on its way from Pennsylvania out to here. That's a 176-hour print on an Ender 5. What? Hey, I'm sorry to see Daniel Schmidt go. He left my Patreon. He was with me for a long time. Holy crap. He was my patron for 31 months. It's sad to see him go. Okay. $115. Holy crap. That's a little steamy. It's only 86 degrees here with about 25% humidity. So it's nice here. Actually, it's probably closer to 40% humidity with the thunderstorm. You got to remember, here in New Mexico, when it's 90 degrees out, it actually does not feel like 90 degrees. It feels more like, 75, 80. Okay, so I got a broken wire somewhere. It turned on. I just saw it turn on. It's on. And I'm wiggling the wires. It's not turning off. Oh, there it goes. Okay, something is wrong. I think the connection on the fan itself is getting goofy. From putzing with the fan, I may have damaged the actual connection on the back there. So I am going to leave that alone for now. It's working. Are you serious? I used up all the zip ties again? No, twist tie. Okay, it's not my wires. I think the solder joint going to the actual fan itself. So if I glue this wire in place and keep it from moving, seriously? There. Ah! Got the glue on me. I glued the wires to the fan casing, so now I can't yank the wires anymore. And that should do it. Of course, I got the glue all over me. I hate thin super glue so much. I hope I didn't drip super glue on the print bed. That would not be good. But feels smooth. I think we're okay. Now let's try printing. Normal shutdown. Damn glue bottle. Got super glue all over me. That's always fun to get off. Why would you move because of somebody? Who's Jay Inslee? This heats up so much faster with that power supply. It's crazy. The bed's already at 45. I cannot believe that that weaker power supply is actually stronger than this power supply. Oh, Governor. That's. I was wondering why you haven't shot him or ate him. Well, that's why. Damn it! I gotta find some sandpaper now to get all this freaking super glue off me. Nobody's tried to contact me. Okay. Huh. Well, these power supplies are junk. I mean, there's no question these power supplies are junk. So it's not that surprising that a Meanwell power supply does significantly better. I'm pretty sure this has got old firmware, so I can't bring the bed to 100. Oh, I can. Okay. I bet you this bed will hit 100 now. If you put in a buck, it burnt out. What's that mean? Well, you guys know the solution. We just got to convince everybody to eat them. Once we convince people to eat the politicians, we'll be good. Oh, there's no buck converters on here. Nice. Good first layer. Actually, that's a little tight there. Still a little tight. Bring it down a little bit. We can come down a little more. Looking good. Gravy, onions, rice. I don't know what I'm going to make for dinner tonight. I want something more savory. Yeah, pretty much the only way to make this printer quieter would be with a silent board. And the difference would be very small. That's the only way you would ever make this thing quieter. And a trick with these fans here, oddly enough, these little blower fans, you're better off running them at 100% because they're actually quieter. When you try to run these fans at like 80%, you get that PWM whine. So it's actually quieter at 100% than it is at 80%. Yeah, pork chops would be good. I think I have pork chops in the freezer somewhere. Oh no, this thing is damn near silent, and the fans aren't making any noise whatsoever. Because now this is a quiet fan, this is a quiet fan, this is a quiet fan, and that has no fan anymore. So, for those of you who came in late, the upgrades we've made to this Ender 2, and you can make these same upgrades to pretty much any modern day Creality printer. Just might be some little changes. So the brain box, that's where the brain board is, had a fan in there, and that fan was actually pretty damn noisy. That's this little thing right here. So actually, is it that one or this one? I think they're both the same. Huh. One's a Creality branded fan and one's a Pro A branded fan. So one of these was on the hot end. I replaced that with this 30mm high-end, high-quality fan, a Winsin double ball bearing brushless fan. That's a trick. You need brushless and you need double ball bearing. I replaced the fan inside here with a 40-40-10 noise blocker, 2800 RPM fan. So that is ultra quiet. Then I also replaced the power supply. We went from this power supply, which has a pretty noisy fan. Now, if we were to keep this power supply, you can replace the fan with something quieter. I don't know where I stuck it. But it's on my list down below on my Amazon page. You can get a 60-60-10 fan that is much quieter. But instead, we replaced the entire power supply with a Meanwell. Now, this is a 20 amp power supply. That's a 17 amp power supply. And the bed heated up easily half the time. I'm not kidding, 1/2 the time. Although, part of that might be because that wire was loose. So it may have been a bad connection as well. But either which way, it's heating up lightning fast. And that Meanwell power supply does not have a cooling fan in it. It's passively cooled. Nice. So no fan there at all. Then we put a stepper dampers on X and Y stepper motors, which pretty much eliminates the stepper whine that you normally hear. You can still hear it if you pay attention. The fans are so quiet now that you can actually still hear the stepper whine, but it's barely there. You walk 2 steps away and you can't hear it. And then we also put heat sinks on the back of them. We replaced all the springs with the better quality die compression springs, so the bed level should no longer drift. We replaced the PTFE tube with Capricorn tubing. We added a parts cooling fan, which it did not have before. We also replaced the plastic feeder unit with an all-metal aluminum feeder unit. And the fan did not turn on again. Why isn't the fan turning on with G-code? We try turning it off and turning it on. Because we just fucking tested that and it worked. There it goes. No. Got it. I think the fan itself has a bad connection on it, so I'm going to replace that fan later. But it's kind of on right now. It keeps turning itself off. There, it's staying on. I think the solder joint on the back of the fan is bad itself. But it's running now, so now we have parts cooling. Although I think that fan needs to go back more. I might flip this around so that I can have this come out further. Because I think I need to move the fan that way more. Because a lot of, you can see what I'm talking about. A lot of the fan is sitting up here. And I think I need it further back to get it on the nozzle better. So I think I want to redesign it and shift this mount for the fan right there. Shift this mount for the fan further back here. Because if I flip this around on this side, then this can come further without this touching. Whiskey Creek sounds like a cool place. I can't believe how quiet this is. That's crazy. Oh, and we added an LED light so that we can see what the hot end is doing. There we go. So now we can see the nozzle better because we have a little light there to light things up. Got to work on that. I don't like the way that's set up. One thing you can do with an LED is take a piece of sandpaper and sand the end of the LED flat. And that will make the light more dispersed. So instead of being a spot, it'll be more like a floodlight, which is what you want. Put a camera on this? Nah. But is that all the upgrades? I think that's everything. I'll probably also put I might put a full-size SD card slot in here, maybe. I think that's everything we did, though. feeder unit, Capricorn, replacement hot end, 30 millimeter hot end fan, 40 millimeter blower, LED light. Stepper dampers, heat sinks, replacement springs. I can't think of anything else. I think that's everything. No, these are 12. This is a 12 volt machine, so these are 12 volt fans. I just watched a bug get sucked into there. I hope it hurt. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's see. That fan could probably come down a little bit, maybe. Although it looks like a pretty good angle. I could definitely bring it in. I might even put it at an angle. No, I can't bring it in because I need that space right there for the wires. Because that's the space that the wires occupy. But I could definitely shift the fan that way a bit. That'd be easy in Tinkercad. Yeah, for real. I should probably get all 7 of them built and just make a little stack of them. Because at 12 volt 17 amps, I got to put a power meter on this and see how much power it actually consumes. But I bet you this is actually a pretty efficient little printer. But even if we assume it's drawing, I don't know, 10 amps continuously. Let's assume a worst case scenario. 12 times 10 is 120 watts. Although I'm only running the bed at 45, so I bet you it's under 100 watts. Let's call. So it would only take 1 kilowatt to run 10 of these. That's not bad. Now, what would be interesting is, can I solar power this? Can I generate enough solar power and enough battery storage to run this 24/7 on solar power? If I turn off the heat bed, absolutely. That shouldn't be hard at all. Yeah, there's is it a first birthday or a second birthday? No, I bought it when I was here, so it's a first birthday. I bought this cheap $80 Jazzla printer off Amazon, and it's in this pile somewhere, and I've never touched it. Wow. Pretty weak digestive system, huh? That's incredible. Could you imagine a bug going through you, crawling out the other end, saying, "You didn't get me"? Okay, clicking. When you have this here clicking, so this is the feeder unit. This is your extruder assembly. This piece here is your feeder. And this is usually what you'll hear clicking. Let me try to turn this so you can see that better. So this thing here is usually what you'll hear clicking. This is from TI Bots Entertainment. What you need to do is you need to look at it. Look at this gear, this brass gear attached to this shaft. Whenever it clicks, you're probably going to see that gear snap back. So what's going to happen is you're going to... best way to describe it would be with something round. Let's use this. So you'll see the gear turning, and then it'll go click, click, click. Okay? What that means is the amount of force required to push the filament through your hot end is exceeding the torque rating of that motor. Okay? What that means is you have a jam or a clog. Now, diagnosing that takes a little more effort. If your filament is too large and it's getting stuck inside the tube, that could cause this to click like that. That's probably not it, though. I assume you're using decent filament and it's happening mid-print. That's a bit telling. Now, the next likely solution is going to be 2 different things. One is the gap between the PTFE tube and the nozzle has formed. And when a gap forms, filament is able to fill the crack. So to draw that for you, so think of this as a cutaway, and this is your PTFE tube, and this is your brass nozzle. There's a mating surface between those two. That surface area must be 0. If there is a gap like that between your PTFE tube and your nozzle, what's going to happen is filament is going to fill this gap. And that filament is going to stay there, and it's going to cook off like burning sugar in a pan. And when that filament cooks off, it's going to start applying drag to any more filament coming through. Okay? I have an entire video on that. If you do a search for Nerisse Hot End on YouTube or Google, my video will pop up. You'll see a big giant plastic version of the hot end I printed. I walk you through the entire process of diagnosing and fixing it. You could also apply Luke Hadfield's hot end fix. That will also take care of that. Now, there's another thing that can happen that can cause that problem. This here is the hot end fan. Your hot end is 2 halves. You have the cold side and you have the hot side. So can you see it? Yes, you can. That silver block down there with the nozzle in it, that's your hot side. On this particular printer, that red finned heatsink on the top, yes, this can have, both of these can happen with brand new machines. That red finned unit heatsink on the top is the cold side. Now, if the filament gets warm up in the cold side, what's going to happen is it's a thermoplastic. That means it expands when it gets hot and it shrinks when it gets cold. So what's happening is your filament will expand inside the PDF tube where it's not supposed to. And when it expands, it's going to be too tight. It can't fit. And so it's like you're trying to push your finger through a hole and then you squeeze. Well, now you can't get your finger through the hole anymore. All right? The same thing happens, except instead of squeezing, your finger becomes bigger. And now it can't fit anymore. When that happens, the torque from the motor will be insufficient to push the filament through. The reason that might happen is if this fan is failing. So if this fan has stopped or slowed down, then you're going to get what's called heat creep. The heat will creep up through the heat break into the cold side. The filament will expand, and you won't be able to get it to extrude. The way you can check for this is to pull the filament back out. Your filament should be a continuous piece of filament that might have a ball on the end. If you notice a chunk of the filament is thicker up here, and then there's a shoulder all the way back here, so you have a thick section of filament, that's an indication of heat creep. So that would be this fan is either slowed down or stopped working. So make sure that fan's spinning, make sure it's spinning full speed. One way you can test that is to take something like a wire and touch the fan. You should be able to hear the speed of the fan. Can you hear that? If that's not a really high-pitched whine when you do that, your fan might be spinning too slowly, and you're going to heat creep. Or that fan might not be spinning at all. I've seen fans die after the first 10 hours of printing. The fan just dies. It happens. So, once again, make sure there's, check for a gap between the PTFE tube and the hot end. But first, check for heat creep. Pull the filament out. See if a section of the filament's expanded. Make sure this fan is actually working. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it means. That's what they were made for. Actually, it means it becomes soft when heated and hard when cooled. But these plastics also expand when heated. And actually, it doesn't even have. You're right. You know, you're right. It doesn't have to expand. Once that plastic softens, and the cold filament from the other end continues to push, it's going to squish that softer filament and make it fill the PTFE. You're right. It's not expanding. It's just becoming soft. And when it becomes soft, it's going to get squished from the back end, expand, and fill the tube. The Creality fans, either they die within the first couple of days or they last forever. They get noisy, but they last forever. But yeah, most devices like that, if they last 6 months, you're probably good to go. You know, or even 30 days. But usually it's going to fail within the first few days. Exactly. When the heat is permitted to move up the heat break into the cold side, the filament is going to get larger inside the PTFE tube, either by expansion or by compression from the filament being pushed in from the other end. And that's going to make it fill the tube. And now it's too much friction. The surface contact between the filament and the PTFE tube is too high, and you can't push the filament through the tube, and this will start skipping. So, make sure the fan's going full speed. Like I said, most fans, motors like that, the first 10 hours or so, the first week or so, first month. If it makes it past the first month, you're probably okay. But pull the filament, see if it's expanded, and check the fan first, because those you can check without taking anything apart. Then, now the way to determine if you have a PTFE gap is you have to do a pull. So what you do is you bring your temperature down to raise your temperature to 200 on the nozzle. Then lower the temperature to 170. Push filament in. When it begins to resist and you can't push it anymore, smoothly but firmly pull the filament back out. That should get you a pretty clean pull out of the hot end. Now, when you take apart the hot end, unscrew the compression fitting on the top, shine a light down inside, and look inside. When you look inside, you're going to see the top of the brass nozzle. It's going to look just like that. And there should be a shiny brass ring around the outside. This is why you have to pull the filament from the hot end. If you don't see a complete shiny ring, because nothing should touch that ring because the PTFE tube is sitting on top of it. And they're touching. So filament should not be touching that ring. You'll have a gob of filament in the middle, but you should have a clean brass shiny ring around the outside. If you don't see that clean shiny brass ring, I'm betting when you unscrew that filament, you're going to have filament gooped up all over the top of that nozzle. That'll confirm you had a break between the PTFE tube and the nozzle, because otherwise you'll have that nice clean brass ring visible when you shine a light down inside there. And that's all. I'm pretty sure I covered all that in my hot end repair video. Oh, any fan can go quick, hit or miss. I've had I think that needs to be tightened up a little bit. I saw that moving a little bit. So we're going to apply a little bit more force. Because PTFE tubes are basically extremely forgiving, you can feed whatever the hell you want through there, and it just works flawlessly for hours and hours and hours and hours on end. I have a Chiron with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. The hot end fan doesn't even work. It doesn't work. and yet it prints fine because that PTFE tube is just so forgiving. I might have a gap in mine. I thought I heard that skip. Maybe not. No, do a 0.04 or a 0.08 layer height, I think it was, or it was either 0.04 or 0.08 layer height. I also had a pretty decent amount of infill, and I had what was it, 5 perimeters because the nozzle is only 0.2. So I think I did 5 or 6 perimeters. I think I cheated and did 5. I should have done 6 to equal 3, but I think I did 5 perimeters, and I think I did 20% infill. So try that slice again. Also, the Prusa is probably a little bit faster than the Ender 5. What speed are you telling it to go at for the Prusa? But I question being able to print that model in 3 days with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. Well, I did mine at 50 millimeters per second. Let's see. By the way, it's by a guy named Bold Machines, the castle. Yeah, no shit. It's a complicated model. It's going to drive your computer crazy. You know how many times I've had that model crash my computer trying to slice it? I don't know what scale I did that castle at because it's showing up bigger than an Ender 5 can print. Scale to maximum? Nope, it definitely was not that big. Does he have this model set to be unusually big for some reason? Because there's no way in hell I did a full build volume. I don't know how big this is supposed to be. Well, I guess we can match height. Looks like these parapets are taller. I will use those. And I just broke a tree. Okay. This is... shit. Backwards. I was like, why is that backwards? This is 202 millimeters tall. Yeah, I'm skipping. So, 202 millimeters tall. 0.2, 0.2, 0.08, Yeah, this is skipping like mad. Which means I probably have a gap. Infill. I think I only did 20% infill. I think. And I probably did 40 millimeters per second because of the 0.2 millimeter nozzle. I might have even gone slower. I don't remember how fast I did that because you can't print at full speed with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. The pressure's too high. But is this going to crash when I do this? I think it took like 3 or 4 minutes to slice last time. It's a big slice. It's also possible I just have this too tight. Too much pressure will also cause skipping. If you squeeze the filament too tight. It's still slicing. Stream froze for you. Looks good on my end. Hit refresh. I have no drop frames. 2600 kilobit per second up. No drop frames. Almost done. Hit F5. Refresh. Initializing preview data. Might be that my computer's, something. It might be my computer is choking. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. So yeah, there's an internet problem on my end. Okay. YouTube is bitching about not getting enough bandwidth. Probably because Simplify 3D is crushing my processor right now. Very weird. What is the widget? There it goes. I bet you just finished slicing. Nope, not quite. No, it's back to unhealthy. I think it's because I told Simplify 3D to do something really, really naughty, and so it's bogging down the computer. Looks like it's parsing G code, so it should load momentarily. I suspect the stream will be okay once it loads. Oh, it's not right now. His wife had a kid, so they just had a baby. Yay! Come on, finish loading. 193 hours and 8 minutes. So I have something a little off here because I did it in 176 hours. What the? Uh-oh. I think OBS crashed. No, it came back. Woo! So yeah, 193 hours and 8 minutes. And Simplify 3D is not happy. Look how slowly it's zooming in. Jeez. All right, we're going to exit out of this. Yeah, this is a Core i7 at 3.2 gigahertz with 32 gigs of RAM. To get that, 0.2 nozzle, 0.2 width, 6 top layers, 6 bottom layers, 5 outlines, 0.08 layer height, 40 millimeters per second. I may have done 45 millimeters per second. I'm not going to attempt to reslice that, but that's probably what I did. 45 would probably bring me down to 176. But that's my settings for making that castle. Yeah, it was damn near 8 days. Show off. Alright, now that I close Simplify 3D, hopefully this will get better. Oh, you're ballsy. Well, some are easier than others, but some of these modern processors, delidding them it's a little ballsy. For those that don't know, CPUs, if you ever notice the CPU has a cover on the top, like the metal plate, well, that's not the actual top of the CPU. You can remove that top to get to the actual die on the inside, and you'll get better heat conduction if you get to the actual die, because these guys are overclocking them to quite such an extent. And it's just do a search for delidding. Yeah, it's ballsy. Oh man, the stream is way behind. It still says no drop frames though. So this is clearly having a bandwidth issue. Why isn't this indicating it? Huh. Yeah, for real. Yeah, you're not doing 70 millimeters per second with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. You're going to jam the hell out of that nozzle. Is that what it is? A heat spreader? I know enough to recognize the terms you're using when you talk about things like that, but I'm no expert at it. I've never done it. I can't believe how quiet this is. This is amazing. Jeez. Oh, wow. Even quieter if you take it off the table. I'm going to have to put some rubber feet on this. No, no, no. 0.2 millimeter nozzle. Boy, that's a big difference just lifting this off the table. The stepper noise almost completely goes away. Jeez. Yep, definitely not to put feet on this. Yeah. Yeah, still skipping a little bit. I probably got a gap. I'll pull it and reseat it. This is a stock board, yeah. Exactly. That's what the stepper dampers are damping. They're reducing how much of that resonance gets to the frame. Yeah, a piece of foam would probably do it too. Yeah, I tend to prefer a solid mount as well. I agree. With this, it's easy. Just get a paver stone. Done. Matter of fact, I might go grab a paver stone and put it under us. I can't get over how quiet this is. This is amazing. Wow. Yeah, I know. Alrighty, guys, it's 5:30. This has been going on for almost 7 hours. I am going to call it quits for tonight. I believe I'm going to have a conference call later tonight for the census, because I'll be starting that soon. What is this? Oh, wow. That's interesting. Someone sent me a picture of their Ender 2. They got feet, power supply underneath. Looks like something here for the brain box, and the screen moved out here. That's a lot of modding. I would say I am less than a novice. Reverse engineer a battery cover? Not in Fusion. I might be able to dick with it in Tinkercad, but not in Fusion. I'm not good enough. Well, remember, we just spent all day modifying this. Alright? This is a heavily modified Ender 2. We have a metal feeder unit. We have stepper dampers and heat sinks on the steppers. We've replaced both of these fans with quiet fans. We've added a quiet parts cooling fan, and we replaced the power supply with a Meanwell power supply that does not require a fan. So we made a lot of modifications to make it this quiet. You're looking at $27 for the power supply. You're looking at $13 for this fan. About, what did I pay for that fan? I bought a 5-pack. So I paid $20 for a 5-pack of these. So that's $4 each. So I paid $4 each for those fans. Those are 30 millimeter, 12 volt, dual ball bearing fans. Can you buy them one at a time? A 2-pack is $12. Yeah, you want dual ball bearing, brushless. Then I paid $15 for a 5-pack of these, and I paid hang on, I'll tell you what I paid for the other parts. There's $12.99 for this fan, $27 for the power supply, and $17 for the stepper dampers with heat sinks. But that's enough to do 2. That's 4 of them, so that's enough to do 2 printers. I won't buy the fans off Banggood because there's no way to easily return them if they suck. I would rather pay $4 for a known good quality fan from someone I can return it to. You know, I want brushless. I want dual ball bearing. I want something that I can return if it sucks. So I don't mind paying a little extra for that. Plus, I have most of these parts already out in the container somewhere, but you know, I didn't feel like trying to find them. And I wanted to use parts that you guys could buy off Amazon. Just make sure whatever you get is dual ball bearing and brushless. Because the dual ball bearing and the brushless is what makes them quiet. Alrighty guys, I'm going to figure out what to make for dinner. I will see you guys later. Thank you so much to those who have donated during the show. Check the description. I have affiliate links to a whole bunch of different sites, from Amazon to Walmart to Banggood to AliExpress to eBay. Whenever you use those and buy something, I get a commission, and it costs you nothing. Amazon has specific rules. So for Amazon, as an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. That's the official wording from Amazon. There's Patreon. I have a Teespring store if you want to get t-shirts or hoodies or hats. I don't think I have any hats there yet. I haven't figured out hats yet. Sunron is good. Yeah, Sunon fans are good. I've heard good things about them, and I've used a couple of them, and they seem to work fine. I also got Ko-fi now, some new site that doesn't take any cut, you know, except for whatever PayPal takes, I guess.